Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ruthless Esports presents Pro Scrims Middle East. This side, your caster Necros. I will be the host and the caster for this entire event, but most importantly, I would like to welcome each and everybody who's watching the live stream right now. This is going to be a 4 days contest. All teams are divided and eventually we'll get to see the schedule as well as the teams those who are playing in this particular Pro Scrims. I'm really excited to see which team comes on the top at the very end of this Pro Scrims. As you know, the top teams of the Middle East region, they are competing against each other to be on the #1 spot. But let's see which are the teams or what will be the schedule that the teams will follow, because as I know, it's going to be a 5-match schedule. Impact, I would say. The schedule has been already told and has been determined, but now the focus is completely set on the matches that the teams are going to perform in. Yes, your favorite teams might be in some different groups, not in the same one, but yep, the inter-group clashes will go on with time to time. But as the date will go on, this is just the day one, this is just the beginning. But eventually when we move on to the next few days, it will be much more interesting, because this is the beginning day. Maybe some of the teams will come on the top and some will stay in the bottom. But moving on to the first team rosters of Group A, starting with Geekay Esports, it will be comprised of Saturn, Ragnar, Gehat, AM7MMD and Hope, alongside the other 3 teams. The only one esports will be comprised of Luffy, Zivyad, N7R, the only one, and Alush. Moving on to Kurd 12, we get to say Magnum, the Gunsuri, Tigancio, as well as Lost Z and the Free Kill. Last but not the least, from the side of Group A, Major Pride will be Milky Way, Nomi, as well as Frozen One, Duran, as well as if we talk about Pride Dino, ABP will be the team rosters for the side of Group A. But moving on to Group B, as we move on to the first NASR, NASR Esports, comprised of Gringo, Human, Miracle, Batika, as well as Hamza. And then Triple Esports will have YWZ3, Yuzi, Push, Imad, Jamaz, Test, all the 5 players intact. POWR Esports will have Raziz, Hriday, as well as Kante, Alajay and Raven Kid as well. K21 will have Octan, Musa, Hama7 as well as Bardashani alongside in their particular squad. These are the top 2 groups that we have seen in today's format, comprised of top 8 teams that we have seen. Moving on to Group C, it's one of the most favorite teams in the Middle East region. It's going to be Nigma Galaxy, comprised of Lord, Hamoudi, Rof, Freak and Hixie. In the second, we get to see YaLLa Esports with Lalit, Saif, Lavolt, as we also get to see Bompa and Akatan. Ooredoo Thunders will have Ali, Hamko, Hassan, Joker and Sama along their side. Twisted Minds will have Dami, Vigros, Sanas, as well as when you talk about Fidan and Ragnarok in Group C. And last, then we move on to the next Group D, where you get to see Team Falcons alongside Clast, Damar, as well as you got to say Nalvar Alon, Powerful, Crashed. All the 5 players, they're quite ready and they have got a good intense form to come up in this particular Pro Scrims. Second, we move on to Conqueror, where you get to see Rezva, Grozai, Rio, Stroth and Kalaga. Alongside them, 4K Esports will have Golden, Nakonda, Karam, Cross, as well as Master with their side. 4Rush Elite will have Taboot, Sasuke, Sharslan, Rush Turtle, as well as Rush No Me. So 4Rush has also got a good roster among their side, but I'm looking forward to the contest between Falcons and Nigma Galaxy, which team will be on the top, or it's going to be any other team to bounce up. But we move on to Group E. Team Rad will have Delhap, Desha, Sadatan, Monir, Kaito, and in 90th minute we'll have Jabal, One Knock, THJ, Tasan and Samira. Vista Gaming will have Dino, Sunrise, as well as we also get to see Teardrop, we also get to see Trovka and Nelia from the side of Vista Gaming. And last but not least, R8 Esports with Prestigil, Kenton, Bander, ID7 and CR7. All the 5 rosters, each and every team has got a 5-man roster compacted to their side. But now, as we move on, 5 of the groups have been showcased in front of you, and these 5 groups will fight among each other to be on the top spot. Which team will come on the top, which team will just settle down below, it all stays upon these decorated players. But coming back to this Day 1 match 1 and today's matches, the map schedule is on the way. It will be Group ABCD. 4 groups fighting among each other in the very first map of Erangel. Second, it's going to be Miramar, in which Group A, B, C and E will contest among each other. In the third match, you get to say Group A, B, D and Group E will play the second Erangel of the day. Then we move on to the second Miramar, in which you get to see Group A, C, D, E will play their matches. And in the last match of the day, which will be match number 5, another Erangel, Group B, C, D and Group E will play those matches. So yep, all the groups, total we have 5 groups to be precise of, 5 groups, and in each group you get to see 4 of your big favorite teams from the Middle East region. Everybody has got a pure skills, everybody has got a tremendous potential to come on the top. But next, this schedule, it's so much proper. If you look onto all the teams, they have got a good caliber, they have got a good potential to showcase on. Erangel and Miramar, the loop is getting continued. There is no Sanhok, so that's I would say a plus point for many of the teams, because and in many cases we have seen Sanhok is not favorable to many of the teams. If you get to see in the main stages or in the end circles, you get to see multiple fights, you get to see drop clashes in the very early phases. But in the map of Erangel or in the map of Miramar, you don't get to see that kind of situations happening alongside. But yep, the teams, those who will come on top and which I am looking forward to, will be among them. That is Falcon, Nigma Galaxy, R8 will be among those top picks from in this particular Pro Scrims presented by Ruthless Esports. But the main thing, I'm really looking forward. The first match is going to be the map of Erangel. All the teams, all the players, this is the first map that anybody get to play when they start to play PUBG Mobile. So in this particular map of Erangel, I really seek for some big matches or maybe big fights that can determine the potential. Yep, it is going to be the day 1, so we might see some main fights coming up, or we might just see some of the teams holding their backs, trying to just observe the other team's potential, all the strategies they want to implement, and can come back stronger in the second, third and fourth day to bounce back and get some good position points, or maybe the total points to acquire themselves a sweet spot in the overall standings. But as we head on, the timer is ticking. The timer is ticking in the backside, but well, we can't just say when it will get started, because I'm really excited to know the Erangel map. The teams where Group A, B, C, D, they are going to play. And when you talk about Group A, B, C, D, you get to see multiple big teams are in the question. There will be YaLLa Esports as well, one of the most fair fan favorite teams from the Middle East region as well. But will they be able to give a tough competition to the Middle East region toppers, which is Nigma Galaxy? Alongside, they've got Falcons as well, but I really believe that Falcons might just not be in this match, but well, we have to see. But if Falcons and Nigma Galaxy, both of the teams are playing the very first match of Erangel, we will be able to see and witness some beautiful contests. I really want to see the face-off between these two teams. But YaLLa, and as I was mentioning in the very earlier phase, that we are just focusing on the top teams. But what if any teams comes out of the equation, comes out of the question, and overpowers the most top teams that are the biggest contender to win this particular Pro Scrims? Well, you never know. But if that thing happens, it will be really entertaining from the caster side as well as from the audience side as well to enjoy this particular Pro Scrims. Along this 4 days, we will have around 20 matches to just get live done. We get to see those beautiful fights and beautiful matches happening. But the main focus of us is to just see how the teams are going to play. Many of the teams might just not play as well as they are known. Yes, that might happen, because in each and every tournament or each and every day, it's not the way you want it to be. But there is still some chances of making some good comebacks. If you can make it happen, I really believe nothing can be better than that. So alongside that, we will be just hoping and waiting for the match to get started, because total of 5 matches back-to-back action intact between the land, which we are really known of, and the map of sand, as we talk about the map of Miramar. But I'm really looking forward to which team is going to take up the very first winner chicken dinner. But if you want to predict yourself, the team you're supporting, if they can take the first match winner chicken dinner, make sure to just give it on the chat, write it down, and let the team see that yes, the fans are supporting them, as well as you're keeping the faith in your particular team that yes, my team is going to take the first match, winner chicken in. But oh, wait a minute, it's not going to happen that easily because there are other teams as well. It will be a very tough contest, but the rotational clashes, the drop clashes, as well as the end circle fights, which will be the main thing that we are going to focus on, because in the very early phases, if there is any chances, I really believe that drop clashes might happen, but it might be better for the teams to just try to avoid those kind of scenarios so that they don't end up having early casualties in order to just survive till the very end circle. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move on. Let's move on, as I really believe the Erangel map is going to come up next in a very short span of time. It's the D number 1 and the match number 1 which we are seeking for. But the flight path will be one of the things that comes in the question, because military base, as we all know, military base has been a very widespread area. You get to see big loots. You can have I would say 2 to 3 squads can have their loot easily done in the military base, as well as in the Georgia Pole side. When you talk about No Reply, one of the most hot contest area. But ladies and gentlemen, here we move on to the first match of the day. Ruthless Esports presents Pro Scrims of Middle East region. We move on to the very first match of the day. Here it is. The flight captain will be Geekay Hope. And now we are really determined to see the flight path when it comes down from the Sosnovka military base, ending in the area of 7. It's completely around the vertical flight path, if you can say. And as we talk about Geekay Esports will be the team to come in the question. Will they be able to dominate in this kind of scenarios? I'm really looking forward to those things. But as you move on to this flight path, the teams going in the eastern side around the areas of Prison, Lipovka, Mansion, Shelter, Milta, they might face some kind of difficulties because they have to travel a very long distance, if you see. So, what will be the team strats? If any team is going to the side of Lipovka, I really believe that they have to collect those vehicles on a very early note in order to give a safe rotation. But as we move on, I really believe that OT, the team of OT, they are heading towards the side of military base, a solo team to be in the military base and can cherish the entire drop by themselves. Well, if you talk about team DOD, they will have the area of Primorsk, K21. They will have the quarry split alongside team Q, Kalaga, Groza. They will have that particular area split around the ferry pair corners, but the circle, it comes down to the southwestern side, which will prevail over the ferry pair area, keeping it in the almost in the center. While the teams, those are going in the northern side, especially in the 7 areas, will have to be, I would say, face some difficulties. They do have a drop clash, YaLLa Esports. They will have their own drop, but yep, there is another intruder coming up in this Severny area, and if I'm not wrong, it might be Twisted Minds. Yes, I'm quite afraid of. Vigorous and Ragnar, they're exactly in front of Scythe. Let's get an opening instant. Oh, he gets a good amount of damage as well. P Bison as well as an M16A4. Will it be able to give that much of a trouble to the side of Twisted Minds in this particular case? Kathan, he also comes up as a backup alongside a shotgun S686 and a new MP45. 2 players are in a split. It's 2-2 split placed by YaLLa Esports. It's the very first match. They don't want to get any early casualties at this phase. Twisted Minds, they have dealt around, I could get to say, some multiple shots. They have dealt a good amount of damage, but not yet an opening. YaLLa Esports, they're a brilliant team. We have seen their classes in the previous time as well. But when it comes down to this part, I'm really looking forward to what will come next. The nades are coming on point. Ragnar will deal a little amount of damage. While Fadhan and Dami, they're trying to close in. While I really believe that they are trying to Twisted Minds. They are also having a 2-2 split around the corner. 2 players along the tail. Dami is heading towards that warehouse. It's going to be a very surprise package if he's not getting spotted in a very early phase. Bompa and Kaitos, they're quite accustomed with the position, I believe. Fadhan, he's being spotted. Saiv is also getting some multiple shots from another direction. Vigorous and Ragnar, they are confined in a single compound, while Kathan will definitely try to grab that hold. there are still multiple chances these things can turn up in a different way. Vigorous is still in a low HP. He needs to heal himself up. But I am afraid that he's not having that kind of healings to get these things done. But yes, the M16E4 shots, they are making good connections. Twisted Minds are lacking in the means of healing. Well, Vigorous, I really believe that yes, they need to have some bandages at least to heal themselves up, or otherwise it's going to be very tough as Kathan is trying to close an up right now. Vigorous, he's barely serving a very low HP. His helmet has been damaged in a very, very hardcore mode, but Twisted Minds, what's coming up next as Vigorous, he goes down. YaLLa Esports, they have got an opening as Sev also goes down. YaLLa, Saif, he gets down, but Ragnar also gets finished off in the very same moment. Saif might just get the revival by Kathan. Yes, he will get that. But Twisted Minds, they have lost 2 early players in the very first half, just in the span of some minutes. YaLLa Esports, they have gained the momentum and they have put Twisted Minds in a back foot. While I really believe to bounce back from this position, it will be tough, it will be difficult, but YaLLa Esports, they can actually have a greater chance of wiping out Twisted Minds from the very early stage in this very first match. But if Twisted Minds are willing to take this fight, they can make some different angles. They can try to make some good openings. While we can also see that Kathan, he's not having a pretty decent loot as of now. He's still moving on, fighting up with that S686 he's having right in with himself. So he needs to be very, very accurate. He needs to be very, very precise, because even YaLLa Esports, they're on alert still now. They have got to kill points, that's for sure. They've got a good start, they've got a head start, but they have to keep that in mind that yes, there are 2 more players still there in the Severny area, and they can just come out of nowhere that we might just not expect. We can see both the POVs of both the teams contesting in the Severny area. While you get to see if Fadhan, he gets spotted up, he gets down, and Twisted Minds, they're down to a single last player. That will be Dami. He's still holding the position, not yet revealed at all. Just keeping the patience up, because one small mistake will cost the entire team to get eliminated. But no, it's not, as he gets spotted up. Some free shots will be shared alongside. The Dami is still trying to make that fight back possible. He's got an S12K with him. He will try eventually, but YaLLa Esports will eliminate it. Twisted Minds from this particular first match, and the first team to get eliminated from this lobby will be Twisted Minds in the very 16th position. 4 kill points comes up in the favor of YaLLa Esports. It's a very good start. It's a very, very brilliant start if you talk about. But YaLLa Esports, they need to rotate around a 1,600 meters inside the circle, because it has shifted to the southwestern side. When you move into the Water City, you also get to see some multiple teams. 4ish Elite, they're up against Geekay Esports. Saturn is holding on, being that one solo player in the Water City, while Ragnar will get Sasuke down in that position. Ragnar has got an off angle. He's got some pretty shots on himself, but we also get to see multiple teams are fighting, taking fight. 4ish Pompa will be picked off by Hope as well. Team Geekay Esports have got the momentum. 2 of the openings have been registered. Gayat also makes it close, and Saturn will have the privilege as Gayat is closing up. For Rush, they have got 2 casualties. They don't want to get another more. But Geekay, they're on the verge of getting the stronghold. Maybe the cruise control as Taboot goes down. Atal will be the last player surviving from the side of 4ish Elite. He needs to escape this area, otherwise he will be hunted down by the players of Geekay. They've got a brilliant start. 3 of the kill points, almost 2 have been confirmed. Another one is still knocked out and won't get that revival that easily. Sasuke is in the open areas, will be confirmed by Ragnar, and with that, the 3rd kill point comes up in the favor of Geekay Esports. And that's a brilliant start. The Spider Hill, it's in the control of Geekay Esports. Yes, indeed, they've got a brilliant start alongside YaLLa Esports in this particular first match. But 4ish Elite, what will be the next move? As we talk about, there's a single solo player surviving. And then we move on to the side of Nigma Galaxy, rotating peacefully around the corners, trying to enter the circle and grab a good hold. They don't want to face any kind of problem in the very end circles. It's a very good decision, I have to say, because going with the early rotations, creating your room inside the circle, getting a very precise place to just hold on and get the cruise control of this entire match is a very good decision. And Nigma Galaxy, you cannot underestimate this team at any cost. They have got immense potential. They've got tremendous skills to come up. But as you talk about Falcons, they have come up with only 2 players. So I suppose what will be the next move, because having a very man disadvantage from the very early phase, it's not a good sign. It's not going to be a good sign indeed. But when we just think of Ooredoo Thunders, they were also moving. They were also going up with the same flow. But it's 1x that comes up exactly in front of us. 1x, I really suppose what's coming up from their side, because I'm really excited to see the start we have seen. It's tremendous. But Falcon Esports have also opened up some of their scenarios at this position as the only one esports. They might just be in the contest as well, but moving on to the other teams, the fight still goes on. NASR Aussie might just be picked off as Falcon Esports Powerful gets the first opening. Yusuf will be alongside him in the very early phases. Falcons have already, they do have a very man disadvantage, but will they be able to just overcome this situation? The cover fires are coming from the side of Yusuf. The pre-nades might just not give a good amount of damage at Powerful. He goes down, might be confirmed as well, but Yusuf, being that solo survivor from the side of Falcons, won't be able to retain himself in this Potato Hill area. So he needs to fall back. He's falling back, and yes, that's a very good decision not to stay in that area. It's a good decision indeed, but if he can manage to survive solely till the very end circle, might be a better decision. But as we move on, the rotations are on the go. We can see multiple teams taking the rotation, and they are trying to get the good control of this particular area. As Major Pride, they're coming with exactly hard western side rotation. No teams are in the contest, but Kurd 12, they do have a chance to get a clash alongside Pride. But yes, the query area, it also gets engaged as Falcon and NASR Esports, they are in the contest. But yep, Yusuf, he's got 1 kill point, but still 3 more to go, and getting a 1v3 clutch in this situation, it's really tough. Twisted Minds is the only team who has been eradicated from this lobby in the very early stage, and I have to say that it's a very big start. But moving on to the other sides, we talk about Ooredoo Thunders. They have lost 2 players from the very starting phase. Push and Imad will be the 2 players who are still trying to just get the hold of this match. Losing 2 players on a very early stage, it does give you a very big setback. But YaLLa Esports, they're also engaging again with another team, and this time it's 4K alongside. Now we have seen 5 of the kill points have been secured by YaLLa Esports. That means that 4K, they have lost another player. So 4K Esports do have 1 casualty on this very early phase. The second circle is shrinking, but Kurd 12, well, I believe they do have K21 Esports, they do have a clash alongside Team OT, and now this time they're going to come up all against together. Re and Ninja, they do have a slight low HP, but definitely they're trying to grab some openings from their side. They're rushing with everything they've got right now. They have got an opening. K21 Esports, one of the players have been picked off, as Octon also goes down by the need of Smoker. Ragnar gets 4K Ram down there, and Barchani will be picked off, and another knockout comes up. Re gets another opening, another loss of the pair surviving. Re has got a very low HP, needs some backup, will get it for sure, as we get it off, as Kurd 21 Esports also gets eliminated in the very 15th spot, and the contenders of this one will be Team OT to come on the top. But moving on to Geekay Esports, they're also up against this squad of 4K. Anaconda might just get Saturn eliminated at that point. Yes, there's the first casualty coming up from the side of Geekay Esports. Gath is picking up and just cooking up the nade to just get it right on the spot. But Anaconda, he's barely breathing in the very low HP, slightly less than 50 HP. But 4K Esports, they are in serious trouble. Rush Atal also gets eliminated, and with that, 4Rush Elite will take a departure from this lobby, as well as we come down to the last 30 feet. The pre-nade might just come on the point. Geekay Esports will deal some splash damage, but Anaconda gets picked up by Hope from a different angle, as Golden will be alongside that position. So yep, they have to be very on alert, as Golden is the last solo player surviving from the side of 4K Esports. We have to see, and we have to admit it, that the Geekay, they're also on a roll. They're also on a brilliant roll at this particular moment. We have seen POWR Esports coming up with 1 kill point. You've got to say Ooredoo Thunders as well as YaLLa Esports with the maximum of the kill points they have secured. Geekay also have got 5 kill points as of now in the hashtag 8, but oh, it's not a great sign. Ooredoo, they're dealing multiple casualties as Push being that solo survivor. They're up against Major Pride. They are in that particular hilly area. Push will try not to engage because he's outside of the circle. Any kind of misjudgments will lead him to a point of elimination. They're looting the crates for sure. We'll go with the SLR tap shots. Frozen might be picked off. Some multiple shots is needed from the side of Push. But changing the position will grant him some time or maybe some extra minutes to survive in the match because it's the third circle. Still 13 teams remaining. Well, we talk about POWR Esports. They're starting off with some good fights. They have already got 1 kill point. But yeah, that's kind of mistakes that Push cannot afford at this particular stage. As Real Thunders, they have dealt 3 casualties. Only solo player is surviving. Well, Kante will get some openings for his side. As you talk about Conqueror Iraq, might just face some multiple casualties. Team POWR Esports having 2 kill points in their favor. They are still in a stabilized point. Well, if we talk about the side of, I would say, Conquer Iraq, maybe. We can get to see Kalaga as well as Groza and Rio. All the 3 players surviving. They do have a visual over the side of POWR Esports. We'll try to engage. Certainly, that's a point. But the only one esports they're engaging, and it's a third party coming up, and that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. Kurt 12 will wipe out Triple Esports from this particular match, and that's a very, very big blow coming from their end. With that flow, POWR Esports are also facing some multiple fights as the only one esports doing up with some third parties. They do have 3 players. Yad has been picked off and has been decimated out of this lobby, but they have decided to go for a rush in as POWR Esports. They're not in a very good form. Kante will deal some kind of casualties or maybe some damage from the side of Alush, but this was the moment that they need to rush up, and now Luffy gets D7 etched down and will be confirmed as well. Very bad. He's cooking up another nade. Might just make some good connections. Kante is still on the backyards. This nade might just make some good connection. Not that good to get that knockout done. Very bad. Is still cooking up and is trying to make some good connections in order to get some more openings from his side as the only one esports. They're trying to grab some good opportunities. The circle has shifted towards the side of Query and it has gone outside of the areas of Ferry Pair, while Falcon Yusuf will be in a very, very good position. He can actually get those kill points from the side of POWR Esports as well as the only one esports if they try to enter the circle, while Nigma Galactic are also holding up the edges in order to just gatekeep YaLLa or maybe Geekay Esports on the northern corner. But when you move on to the other sides, it's still a different story because the game is just being started. This is the very first match. 12 teams, 37 players still in the lobby. They're still contesting as the 4th circle has already started to shrink up. And now it's the time. That's the only chance that I believe the POWR Esports have got right now. Smoker has got Croza down. That's a headshot connection. YaLLa Esports having 6 kill points in their favor. They are up against Nigma Galaxy. That's one of those most, I would say, awaited fight that I've been really, really excited to see. But when you talk about Rio, he also gets picked off by Ninja. There is multiple fights happening around the corner. Smoker gets Groza down, and Smoker, he goes up in the domination mode. He gets 3 solo kill points for himself, while NASR Bathika goes down, and OT, the players, they're just going on a rampage. They're getting multiple picks off, but Hixie will get saved down there, and Bompa also goes down by Roth. This is the opening that Nigma Galaxy desired of, and YaLLa, they're in a back foot, but Roth will be picked off by Kaitos as well, so they are retaliating one by one with the Ferry Pair. Seashore is getting much contested. Hamodi also goes down. Nigma Galaxy and YaLLa Esports, this fight is getting on a much more interesting way than I expected, as YaLLa is overpowering Nigma Galaxy in this phase, but no, the hip fire will come up, and there you go, another opening comes up. Bompa also goes down. Kaitos will be the solo player surviving inside of YaLLa Esports. That's not going to be a good sign, but Nigma Galaxy, they're coming up with his utilities, and YaLLa will be getting decimated as Nigma Galaxy marches over them. Hixie with that 1v3, I suppose, but he's got 3 solo kill points for himself, and Nigma Galaxy, they have outplayed YaLLa Esports, and that's a big blow towards their side, while Major Pride, they're still in the contest. As we move on, Ooredoo Thunders, they're also having the highest number of finish points. They do have a 4-man advantage as well alongside Geekay Esports. POWR Esports has also lost one of their players, but still they're standing well enough inside the circle. While NASR will come up with some multiple nades. Luffy will be picked up by the play zone. Botham has been spotted very bad. He's trying to make a close and he's the last and solo survivor for his side. But POWR Esports, I don't think they're going to allow him inside the circle, because if he manages to enter the circle, it will be a disaster for the side of POWR Esports. They have got 3 kill points. It's a slow-paced match happening in this corner of Ferry Pair. The circle is shifting towards the shorelines, or maybe away from the shorelines if you talk about. But the team holding on the compounded areas, or maybe the height advantage, or maybe the ridges, will have the privilege to get some more and more kill points in their pocket. But as you talk about, there are only 4 teams still surviving with compact 4 of the players. But this nade won't make any good connection. Gringo is trying his level best to grab some good openings, but Major Pride, they do have a privilege. If NASR, they're inside the circle, if they have to go and enter in the dead center of this particular circle, I believe that Major Pride will have a privilege to secure this kind of kill points. But very bad will get Kante and POWR Esports. They're in the back foot right now. The backstab has been initiated, while POWR Esports, if they cannot bounce back or get that final kill point of 1x, it will be very difficult, as the only one Esports, they're actually on the go. They do have those only 2 kill points with them, but still it's a very big contest that's gonna come up. As very bad, he barely missed by an inch, as the only one Esports also gets eliminated in the very 11th spot of this very first match. 10 teams, 28 players remaining. Kurt 12 Genius will get the Geekay Esports get down there, and that's the multiple openings that we can expect. But 4K Esports also takes an elimination in the 10th spot. Gath also gets finished off. And Geekay Esports are in the back foot. They've got multiple casualties in this corner right now, and I'm not sure that it's going to happen the way they want it to be. But Major Pride, they're getting also multiple casualties. The team is just staying inside this circle. The teams those are having the particular advantage of the edges, those are trying to gatekeep others, they are having the privileges of getting multiple kill points. But hope you will be targeted, and that kill point, I don't know, it might just go in the favor of Nigma Galaxy. But with that, Geekay Esports, they also take an exit in the very 9th spot of this match, if I'm not wrong. But Kurt 12, we talk about, to have a very, I would say, profitable position. They're inside, almost in around the dead center of the circle. They have a privilege to take fight from any of the end. But yes, the disadvantage they might face is that any other team from a different angle can make the third party possible, and they can get shot from multiple directions. While Nigma Galaxy, they're trying to get some opening against Kurt 12, because they're playing a team split. Getting 2-man down from a different angle will help Nigma Galaxy in order to enter the circle and capture that center spot if you wish to go for, because one player has been picked off. Kurt 12, they're looking in a back foot scenario, and that's going to play a very big major factor. But the circle, it shifts towards the eastern side, while POWR Esports will have the privilege of that particular area. The tap shots are going from the side of Nigma Galaxy. 5 of the kill points have been registered, but another goes. Rolf's nade makes a very good connection. Both of the players of Kurt 12, they have been knocked out, and they will be eventually confirmed. But Hamco will be the one to steal both those kill points. Nigma Galaxy, they tried so well and hard to grab those 2 kill points, but no, it didn't went in their favor. But Hamco, he's not stopping right now, because he gets another one in his favor. Hamodi will be in the back ends as well. Nigma Galaxy, they're still trying to hold and grab that position. Well, I really believe that Rof needs that revival very precisely. Nomi will get Kalaga down there. And with that, I really believe that this is not the situation that Conquerors Iraq wanted at this point. But yep, it all comes down to Rio. If he can just make that revival possible, it might be beneficial. But with that, Falcons Yusuf is still fighting, as Conqueror Iraq, they get decimated by NASR Esports. They're on the go, while NASR, Gringo and Miracle will be the 2 players, as Bathika, he has been picked off. He needs a revival, but it won't be very easy. They need to enter the circle, but more precisely, they need to also get those kill points. Nigma Galaxy is Rodolph. You've got that revival, but we talk about Hamco. He's got multiple kill points. Ooredoo Thunders, they're still in the question. They're still keeping the game alive. NASR Miracle will be confirmed by Ninja, and that will mark another kill point for the side of Ooredoo Thunders. 9 kill points have been registered by the team. Smoker also gets frozen down there. Kurt 12, they're also in a back foot as Bullet. He gets spotted up as Magnum will be also in those tree covers, but how long will it last? Because Lord has been picked up as well. Nigma Galaxy also have to go for those revival points. They are on a very edgy phase of the entire circle, but Bullet will make certainly some good connections and will try to keep Nigma Galaxy in the back end. Well, Smoker also goes down, but it will get a retaliation from the side of Major Pride as well. But still, Ooredoo Thunders, they have to just step out right now. Ninja will be solo survivor if I'm not wrong, but the domination mode is actually on from the side of Ooredoo Thunders. Two of the players are just surviving by anyhow, but that's not going to be a good sign. Ooredoo Thunders, they do have NASR, Gringo as well as Major Pride's Nomi in the back ends. They need to clear themselves out as well as Falcons Yusuf. Then only they can take a good fight. Well, Gringo will be finished off. Hamko will get that kill point. Bullet will get roughed down there. Yusuf will be picked off by Hamodi, and multiple teams have been eliminated as Nigma Galaxy, Ooredoo Thunders, K12, POWR Esports will be in the question, but Major Pride takes an elimination. Ooredoo Thunders, they're still on the go. They have got 12 kill points in their favor. Third 12 making an entry. Might just get Ninja down there. Yes, they does. Hamko is still holding on the point. The Bullet goes down. Might just get a retaliation, but no, it's not. Magnum is still trying to hold up the position. Ooredoo Thunders, they're on the verge of getting eliminated, but still they're trying to manage it up, while Lord will get the kill point done and dusted, while POWR Esports, they are in the radius of Nigma Galaxy to get eliminated. But Ooredoo Thunders, the game they have shown, the fight they have put on, it's tremendous right now, as Kurt12 also takes an exit with 3 kill points on the board. Nigma Galaxy with total of 7 kill points. They're on the go. They're on the march to get this winner chicken dinner of the very first match of Ruthless Esports presents Pro Scrims Middle East. But Nigma Galaxy, will they be able to get that thing under control? As Ooredoo Thunders, they are trying their level best to get the things, to get a finishing touch more precisely. If we talk about Batroff is getting multiple shots. Amodi might just go for some more shots as well. Roff will be getting knocked and finished off as well. Nigma Galaxy will deal another casualty. Ooredoo Thunders, they're coming from the back ends. POWR Esports will be getting decimated. Hexy, what an it was on a rampage. It was 5 solo kill points for Nigma Galaxy's Hexy. The multiple shots with the MG366 scopes. Hamodi goes down. Nigma Galaxy, they might be still a questionable factor, but Ooredoo Thunders, Hamko is also on the roll as Ninja goes down, being that solo survivor. The pressure is on. Nigma Galaxy looking very, very confident in order to get this winner chicken dinner, but multiple nades, multiple chances will be getting created as Nigma Galaxy will be taking this very first winner chicken dinner with home, with themselves, and they have shown the audience why they are on the top list of this entire Middle East region. And yes, here you go, Nigma Galaxy takes up the very first winner chicken dinner. But what a game it turned out to be from the very side of Ooredoo Thunders as well. They have shown a masterclass gameplay. I really suppose the finish points were not of a big difference. They have got multiple finish points, even if you talk about Ooredoo Thunders as well as when you talk about Nigma Galaxy. Both the teams, they have got tremendous gunpowder. They have shown what they are capable of, but it's a hard luck for Ooredoo Thunders that in the very end the circle did not actually favor them. But if would have favored them, so I really believe that Nigma Galaxy would have been in a very serious trouble, because 1 or 2 players would have been picked off very easily by the side. But when you move on to the top moments of this very first match, the Severny contest will be getting remembered as Twisted Minds takes an early exit. They will try to avenge this thing in the very next match or in the very next day for sure. But YaLLa Esports, the start they had got in this very first match was very, very accurate and very much wanted as well. But Geekay Esports, they have also shown a very good drop flash. They have got 4ish elite in the back foot. They had got multiple kill points that they could secure in the very early phase, getting 2 to 3 points in the very early phase of the match. It's not that easy, but Falcon Esports have to also praise their performance. They were playing with 2-man. I would say special appreciation to the side of Yusuf, because being a solo survivor, he managed to survive till the very end circle of this particular match, and he got some few kill points in the very end as well. But many teams could not make it up to the mark. The performance they wanted to deliver in this particular match was not on the point. But yes, you have still got some multiple matches left in today's day, so there is some certain time that you can establish yourself on the top in the overall points table. But yep, the fights, the contest that has been done, it was really, really tremendous. when you talk about this kind of moments, when you just get to see Conquerors Iraq, they were just putting up a very good fight. Nigma Galaxy, overall the presence they have shown in this entire map was really huge. But when it comes down to do like Ooredoo Thunders, they've also outplayed Nigma Galaxy in that case. If we talk about, they've got multiple number of kill points in their favor. NASR, I would say one thing for this team, that they are the party spoilers for any of the team those who are trying to advance in the early phases. They're creating the openings, they're creating and getting the knockouts in the most undesirable moments that a team could ask for. But yep, that was the play that NASR actually put up in this particular match. But to major pride, they also tried to get some good hold. They almost took away Ooredoo Thunders out of this game and created a beautiful opening for the side of KER12. But yep, multiple shots, multiple direction contest will lead to this kind of situations in the very end phases. But still, hats up to Nigma Galaxy to retain all the 4 players till the very end circle. That was one of the most, I would say, desirable things that we can actually think of. But yep, it was indeed a beautiful first match when it comes to a very end. Well, that was the top moments that we have seen on the very first match. But yeah, yep, that was the map of Erangel, the default map we are really looking forward to. But yep, the next map, it's going to be the map of Miramar. But yes, there will be certain group changes. As you just saw, group ABCD, all the 4 groups participated, but one of the groups will take a rest, as group E will be bouncing back, in which you will get to see Team Rad in 90th minute, Vista Gaming as well as R8 Esports in the question. But yes, in the map of Miramar, we are very looking forward to what can we get. But the winner chicken is stats when it comes down. It's Nigma Galaxy, the one who made it up to the mark. 26 overall points they have just got for themselves, while getting 11 elimination points in their favor. The Pro Scrims Day 1 Match 1 comes to a very good start that Nigma Galaxy can desire of. And yes, that's the best start that you can actually get. Yep, but this one, it has to continue till the very end of the day. Number of matches left for this team, they have to make it up to that top mark in order to be on the #1 spot after the D1 ends. So if they want to maintain it, they have to grind more hard. But the praises that we are looking forward, it's going to be in the favor of HIXI. Nigma Galaxy, they tried to outplay everybody, but this player with a single lead, he eliminated POWR Esports entirely in the very end circle. 6 eliminations will be in this favor, 54.55% of contribution inside of this particular player. 6 average eliminations as of now, because that's the only first match that has been occurred in this particular day. And in the MVP rank, he's leading the chart. So HIXI, he is the one of those players to look out for in this entire Pro Scrims. The teams, you better be prepared for this player, because you never know at which time he's going to bounce back and give you many undesirable surprises that you don't want to see. But coming up to the match fraggers of Pro Scrims Day 1, you get to see HIXI coming on the top with 6 finishes, and then you move on to Ooredoo Thunders Hamco. What a beautiful game. The entire team of Ooredoo Thunders, they have showcased. You can get to see 3 of the players from their side being in the match top fraggers. 5 finishes for Hamco with a 35.71 contribution in the overall rank. He will be in ranking 2nd spot. Ninja will have 4 finishes, and Smoker will also have 4 finishes. Alongside the 5th fragger of this match will be YaLLa Esports Kathan with 3 finishes and 50.00 contribution. In the overall MVP ranking, he will be in the 6th position. So yeah, desirable desirable chances that are being created. But what a big start from the side of Nigma Galaxy as well as Ooredoo Thunders. When you move on to the match ranking, 26 points for Nigma Galaxy, 26 points for the side of Ooredoo Thunder Esports as well, because they have got much better eliminations. 14 eliminations from their side and 12 placement points they have secured. A big head start. POWR Esports will be in the 3rd spot alongside a total of 13 total points they have secured from this particular match. KER12, 11 total points. Major Pride, 10. YaLLa Esports will have 7. 6 total points for the side of NASR as well as Geekay Esports in this particular match. Falcons, not a great start, but Yep, 5 total points they have secured from this match. The only one Esports will have 3 total points from this match, while Conqueror Iraq and 4K Esports, even after surviving till the very end phase, they have only managed to get only 2 total points from this match. Kurt21 will have only 1 point, and except that, Triple Esports and the others will have 0 points for themselves. But come to the eliminations graph, Nigma Galaxy as well as Ooredoo Thunders will be leading up the chart. But most importantly, the one to lead up the chart will be Ooredoo Thunders in the matter of eliminations, because the highest number of kill points have been acquired by this team. That's going to be number 14. 14 kill points by this entire team. I wish it would have turned out to be in the favor of Ooredoo Thunders this match, but yep, you have to be on the better side. Nigma Galaxy, they had the luck, they had the spot, they had the players, and yes, the game was in their hands. But the match graphs, the elimination graph that we get to see, there are many teams having a greater placement point as compared to the kill points. It's all okay, it's just the first match, but yep, with that, the first match that comes to a very end, Nigma Galaxy will be leading up the chart with a total of 11 eliminations. But the second match, it's going to be in the map of Miramar, in which Group A, B, C and Group E will come in the question, as Group D will take a short rest. But with that, all the other 4 matches that are left today, we are seeking for. Let's see what comes in the next map of Miramar, because the map of Sand has already been one of my favorite maps. If you talk about, you get to see some sniper and DMR actions more precisely as compared to the Erangel map. But eventually, when you talk about in this kind of scenarios, you need to have some more strats coming up on your side. But well, after the end of the very first match, we will be taking a very short break. We'll be right back with the second match of the day. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to Ruthless Esports presents Pro Scrims Middle East region. This side, your cast and Necros will be coming back again in the second match. It's going to be the map of Miramar, and as you have already seen in the schedule, it's going to be Group A, B, C, and it's going to be Group E. So, yep, R8 and the other fellows will be joining up, while Group D will have a short break in this particular match. Yep, it's a short break of one match. That doesn't mean their matches have already been done, because we are still left with total of 4 more matches in the day, counting the second match as well. Second, third, fourth and fifth. Total 5 matches in this particular day. So yeah, make sure to support your favorite team in the chat. I was seeing the chat, there was a good spam of Nigma after taking a chicken in, but yep, you also have to just make a try for a nice try, anti-spam for the side of Ooredoo Thunders, because the way they have contributed, the way they have played, it's very much well, and I really believe that it needs to be appreciated more and more, because that will eventually encourage the players to grow more and play much better than what they have played in the very previous match. Yeah, it sells out that in that particular moment. But when it comes down to the next teams, that Group A, B, C, they have played the very first match. Their hands are completely warmed up right now. But the next thing that comes in the question, it will be Group E. Group E, it will be the first match of the day, so I'm really expecting some more changes, because when you talk about in the previous match, we have got a drop clash between Twisted Minds as well as YaLLa Esports in the areas of 7E. In the map of Miramar, in which drop can we get to see a drop clash? Make sure to drop that in the comment section. According to you, which will be those two teams taking the drop clash in this particular map of Miramar, in which Group A, B, C and E will be contesting? You have already got the you can get to see the team charts, teams those who are playing, the teams in which they have divided in the basic groups. But when you talk about this kind of scenarios, I'm really eager to see if there is any kind of drop clashes in the map of Miramar. Will there be any chances that we can see any drop clashes in the areas of POWR? Because POWR, as we all get to know, it's the heart of Miramar that we are all looking forward to. I'm really excited, and I'm really pumped up to know if there is any chances that we can see any drop clash in the areas of POWR popping up. Because if that thing happens, I will be the most happiest person. Not to just, no offense in that case, but getting early casualties that depend upon the teams if they want to engage it or not. Because I really believe in the areas of POWR, you do have a privilege. Either you have, if you want to take a fight, you can go further and initiate it, and if you don't want to take a fight, you have another chance to back off. You have plenty of vehicles around the entire city, widespread it. If any team anyhow goes in the area of the arena, they will have 2 to 3 vehicles to make a fallback if they don't want to take any kind of risk, while the other teams, if they are trying to go up in the areas of even the casino or in the big building area, they also have a privilege to just come down to the side of L building, and they can also collect some few vehicles from their side and can get the fallback done if they want to make it. But the main thing that comes in the question is that will they back off? That depend upon the teams. We can't say actually, but if that thing can happen, that yes, the teams are willing to back off, not to engage in a very early fight, it can happen. But ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts as we move on to the second match of the day of Ruthless Esports presents Pro Scrims Middle East. The match number 2, the map of Miramar comes up in the question, and this time also the flight captain will be Geekay Esports Cat. As if I'm not wrong, this flight path, it is going on from a different area. Yes, it is. It's starting from the southeastern corner below the area of Puerto Parasio and ending in the areas of Torre Ahumada. It will be favoring the eastern side more precisely as compared to the western one. But when it comes down to this part, I really believe the teams traveling to the side of Monte Nuevo El Pozo will face some consequences, because when it's like actually see in these cases, it's a very wide, it's a very big map. Miramar, we all know it's a very big map, and traveling long distance, and when it is really far away from the very flight path, it's very difficult. In that case, you can actually see multiple early casualties that might actually happen. But to avoid that kind of scenarios, I really believe to just change a drop location or might have a dynamic drop in a different place, so that even any kind of hardship happens, you will have a second drop to go on. Might just be a good decision. But as of now, as you talk about, There are multiple teams taking their respective drop locations at this particular phase, and yeah, that's a good sign. That's a very, very good sign. As Triple Esports, they will have the Puerto Pariseo area. YaLLa will have the Impala. The circle comes up in central place. Well, talk about Hacienda del Patron as well as San Martin looks a bit congested, while Kurt 12 might just try to go over the areas of Crater Fields. We never know that. But talking about drop clashes, how can we forget the area and the big city of Los Leones? Because Los Leones has always been a very amazed place, and when you come down to this part, you get to see multiple fights happening. And yes, that's the first day, RUPS day 1. It's the particular match that we are looking forward to. The map of Miramar, can it change some, can it make some drastic changes? But as of now, oh, that's a big connection. That's a big connection. That was an undesirable one, because Kurt 12 Nicasio will be picked off, but this time it's Nigma Galaxy Lord who is taking that particular side. But Magnum, he gets a retaliation, he gets slowed down, but the shotgun had made a big connection that it could have taken up. But K12 are also on the verge of getting eliminated, as Rolf will get bullet down as well. Magnum is in a very low HP. Nicasio will get the revival. Generosity will also have that privilege, but 3 of the players remaining very early phase, very early casualties for the side of Kurt 12 as well as Nigma Galaxy, the team who is leading up the chart with 26 points after the very first match. After having a brilliant chicken dinner, Nigma Galaxy will be in a bit shattered position to just see this kind of really bad start what they have got, but they are still trying to make it big. As you also get to see Nicasio will be picked off again. Magnum, he's in a very low HP. Genius will also get some pretty shots, but still Kurt 12, they're in the back foot. They will try to rotate it. Modi will get Nicasio down as well. Will be confirming him. Will get the 2 kill points from the side of Nigma Galaxy, losing 1 player, getting 2 kill points in a revenge. That's totally agreeable, but that's totally understandable if you talk about. But Nigma Galaxy, when you talk about 2 kill points, still they are trying to make a good impact. 16 teams, 60 players, they are still in the question. Nigma Galaxy Hixie, the MVP of the previous match, not having a helmet and neither a vest. It will be a really bold move if he gets caught off guard. Kurt 12 will definitely try to punish it out. Rough might just try to make some good connection. The fire building has been holded up completely by the side of Kurt 12. They don't want to make any mistake. Radhi Sports is playing with 3-man in this particular match. He's trying to make a closure in this fight, while Rov, the nade, makes a connection. He gets Magnum down there, and that's the opening. Nigma Galaxy actually wanted off. Genius might just come up with some pre-nades. Might not make some good connections. Molotovs and the UPT will eventually use. Genius might try to get some good early surprises. Rov is barely breathing in a very low HP, but Genius will go for the second floor. Constant cover fire is being provided by Rob. Genius is in a very low HP. Will be confirmed that Nigma Galaxy another way, another time. It's a very early drop clash that comes up in the favor of Nigma Galaxy. 4 early kill points. 4 beautiful kill points coming up in the favor of Nigma Galaxy. But a really harsh start for the side of Kurt 12. They have been decimated in the very 16th spot. They have just been able to secure only 1 kill point of this particular match. But, well, that's the reality right now as we speak, because that's not going to be a great start for the side of Kurt 12. But 19th minute, they've also got some multiple casualties as you talk about, because when it comes in the questionable part, it's something that I'm really afraid of, because the only one Esports is actually overpowering them. Normal, Shomika will be the 2 players, those who are in the back foot. They're still trying to make some good impact, but the only one Esports. Confirming Jabal might just be a bit tough situation for them, but other players of 90th minute, they don't want to make any kind of mistakes at this point, because Shomika is also closing up. Jabal will be confirmed. The Lush will be there. But there you go, another opening as Luffy, he has created a different angle, would get another peg. Very bad, deals a certain amount of damage. But Luffy is still trying to figure out the other positions. And I really believe that Normal's position has not been revealed yet, because if that's revealed as well, it will be really difficult for 90th minute to make a comeback. 2 of the players have been eliminated. Any more casualties will actually end up on a state that in which I really believe 90th minute cannot make it happen for them, cannot make this match happen. Good for them if that thing happens. If you're still with 2 players surviving, it's better to make a fallback, and if that's the decision 90th minute wants to take, I believe this is the time. If they are willing to take a fallback, it's the best thing that they can just go for. But well, there's another team that popping up the corner, NASR Esports. NASR Esports will be also coming from the back ends, and that's not going to be a big surprise because they have already been a very big party spoiler for many of the teams in the very first match. But Jomika, he has been picked off by Ziad and will be confirmed, and that will mark almost the very end of 90th minute, as normal is barely breathing and he's a solo survivor from the side of 90th minute. It's not going to be that easy because NASR is also making a closing from the very backside, falling back from this state, getting a vehicle to just make a fallback, and that too in this short period of time. I don't think it's going to happen because 90th minute, the solo survivor, his position has already been exposed. The intel has been given to the other teams. But when it comes up, normal, he's still trying to fight back because he has got no other option rather than just engaging and taking the fight. But normal is coming out with a nade that might just make a good connection. Miracle is barely breathing. He goes down, but normally deals a good amount of hip fire and split damage and will be decimated at 90th minute. Will take an exit in the 15th position and a brilliant start for the side of NASR. They might have got 1 player knocked up, but they will get that revival done as fast as possible. The only one Esports have also got some pretty starts. K12 will still remain in the 4th spot, but they might just come down if any of the players, any of the teams get a good performance below them. That's very possible because that's just 11 points they have accumulated in 2 matches. 12, they need to come back stronger in the next match. Otherwise, it will be really tough for them to hold up the top 4 spot or maybe the top 5 spot for a very long time. Twisted Minds in the previous match, they haven't got a great start. They will try to make this match in their favor because that's the only hope they can actually desire of. It's the Monte Nuevo area. The circle is about to make a shift. The second circle will be coming very shortly. It comes up in the western side, keeping R8 Esports in the center of San Martin. They are in the 2-2 split. But Rad Esports, as well as when you talk about R8 Esports, Vista might just be on the corners, but POWR Esports, they might have a chance of making a clash. They are in the western side and they are having a situation that we might just think of to move very fast because they are about to make a rotational clash in which we might see some casualties happening. But Twisted Minds, they need to make some good impact as Gad gets Ninja down there. And that's the opening. Ooredoo Thunders, they are here to make an impact. They're here to make some good ending. The first match was a good one. 26 points have been accommodated. Ninja has been picked off. Cannot make any bad move or any vigorous move that can cost any of the life. But the spree nade won't make any good connection. Smoker is trying to survive the small area, the small warehouse. How long can actually Smoker hold it off? Because the gun has to be needed. The free fires, the hip fires are coming on point without having a single cover. It will be really difficult as Ree is coming from the back ends, but Smoker as well as Ninja will be decimated, as I believe, because Ninja, I don't think he's going to get that revival like on a very fast basis. But yes, I believe Hamko, he's got a vehicle, he's got a bike with himself. Ragnar will get Ninja picked off. Geekay Esports, they've got a good start. They want to be on the top. They have secured 2 kill points. Saturn is still trying to make a good impact as NASR Esports are also joining the party with the third party scenario. They wanted to get some kill points from this start, but Saturn is making some good connections. Some headshot markers are coming on the screen, but when you talk about the other players, the Miracle will be in a different angle. He is trying to make an impact but won't make any good connections. Get him knocked out as well, but Miracle's position has been exposed. And Geekay Esports will definitely try to eradicate him on a very early note. The Saturn is very breathing in a very low HP. Ragnar, Hope and Gath might just have a privilege to go and get into the involvements where NASR Esports, they're looking forward to. Some cover fires will be needed because of the 4 players they're remaining. NASR Esports might just make a good impact, but they are trying to make a fallback. They want to go deeper inside the circle in order to just remain inside the circle in the next circle shifts. And if that thing happens very precisely, they will collect many number of kill points and number of kill points they can accumulate for themselves. But NASR Esports is still holding different angles, trying to make a good impact. Bathika will be the one to try for some off-angle picks, but won't be able to do those things at this particular moment. NASR Esports, they might have a good start. Geekay does also have some 2 kill points, and that's a great start from their end as well. But having 2 casualties, maybe Ooredoo Thunders, they are looking into some serious troubles. Ooredoo, they've got a brilliant game. They are still trying to make a good impact. But I don't know what's gonna come up because Radh Esports, my bad, Team Radh if you talk about, they're also playing with 3-man. They're also having K21 Esports exactly in front of them. If they want to engage it, they do have a height advantage. If you talk about any of the players from the side of Team Radh gets picked off, I believe it will take some time for K21 to reach that destination and complete that fight. So it's better that just to keep wherever you are until the next shift comes up, because the second circle is about to shrink in around 40 seconds. We are having the timer on the clock ticking, and in the means of 40-second, R8 Esports, they're also trying to accommodate themselves in a very compacted area, but still they're trying to maintain those 2-2 splits, which might just help them in order to grab some good amount of kill points. Team Radh also coming from the northern side, they do have a privilege to enter the circle, while Triple Esports rotating way to northern side. K21 might just be the one to spot them down, but taking fight outside of the circle when it comes down to the third circle, it's a very bold decision. Still around 300 to 400 meters going to enter the circle and grab a good spot. K21, what's coming up next from their side? But R8 Esports, they've opened up their particular game as Vista Gaming. They might have 1 casualties as YaLLa, Teardrop and Profka will be the 3 players surviving. R8 Esports might have the first kill point, but YaLLa Kathan also might just get some good amount of connections. Bathika is trying to hold up the things. NASR Esports might just try to get inside and get involved in the fight with YaLLa Esports. One of the players have been picked off and will be confirmed as well. Won't get that revival done on a very early basis, but Bathika is trying to make a good impact. The need will make some splash damage, will get him some good amount of damage as well. But entering the circle against POWR Esports, Bathika has to just go through a really tough process. His vehicle has been bursted out, so it won't be able to move up any further, so he has to go on foot, and going on foot against POWR Esports, it will be a very bold decision to coming up from their side. But Gath also gets picked off. Geekay Esports might be some multiple casualties, as Hope, being that solo survivor. Twisted Minds will try to get a good start this time. They've got 1 kill point. They will try to grab the second and third as well, but how long it's gonna take, that's the question coming up from my side, because Twisted Minds are also one of the teams to look out for. Twisted Ragnar gets very bad down. The only one Esports, they've also got some multiple casualties. Very bad has been picked off. Ziad is trying to make a good impact. Very bad will get that revival. There's no question about that. But Geekay Esports, Hope and Saturn will be the 2 players. Guides revival, it's really impossible if you talk about, but the only one Esports, those who are in the question, they might just try to go and get those third-party kill points in their favor. 3 of the kill points have been secured. They are holding the edgy areas of the circle. They're holding the edges, which will give them some privilege to gatekeep the other teams coming outside of the circle. But the 4th circle comes up, and that's a very great sign when you talk about. But the only one Esports, they have to enter the circle. They cannot take blue zone damage in the very 4th zone. It will get them to a serious trouble as Re goes down. And NASR Esports, they are making some good moves. Again, those third-party scenarios, they are popping up from their side. Re will be confirmed. And this time, NASR Esports, they are going and dethroning each and every player that they are looking forward to. YaLLa Kathan also gets picked off, will be confirmed by NASR Esports. Ali 21 will be on a domination mode. He's securing multiple kill points, and that's not going to be a great sign for the other teams as he's on a rampage. And Triple Esports, Tedos, Testos goes down. Maybe another player might just go down there as well. But EZ3 is still holding on and is still trying to breathe whatever it's possible from his end. But NASR, Gringo goes down. Hamko comes up with a brilliant spray. Will be trying to confirm him as well. But Batika comes up with some retaliation fire. Gringo is barely breathing. Hamko is also getting some multiple shots. Will be bleeding outside of the circle. As Ooredoo Esports also takes an exit in the 14th spot with only having 0 finishes. But Triple Esports, now they've got 3 kill points. They are moving forward with all the 4 players they're having in this position. They want to grab a good spot inside the circle. Nigma Galaxy still has already got the upper hold in this particular match. POWR Esports, Team Rad, Vista Gaming, R8 Esports, the San Martin area is getting into a big cluster. 4 of one of those biggest teams are in the question. K21 Esports, Bardhashani also gets picked off by Playzone. Nigma Galaxy's Rov gets picked off. And with that, Nigma Galaxy are down to 2 essential last 2 players, which might make some good impact. But the top teams, those who have performed in the previous match, are facing some downfall in the map of Miramar in today's day number 1. While NASR Batika will be picked off by Ragnar this time again. NASR Esports, they're facing multiple casualties, but still they're able to just keep the momentum up, and they're still trying to save all the players that they could in the very end phase. But Twisted Minds, Dami will be picked off by Ziyad, as Luffy and Ziyad will be the 2 players surviving. Very bad has been confirmed. The revival of Alush is very important, but Major Pride, will they be able to make a good impact? As Dani goes down, Luffy, his position has already been completely exposed. Ragnar and Vigruz, both of the players are trying to make an impact, wants to get one by one the kill points that they can actually hope for. But Hope on the other hand will be confirming Gringo as well as the other players of NASR Esports. But Luffy comes up with some multiple pre-nades, might just give him some good splash damage, but may not be. He has got a vehicle, so it's better to make a comeback or just can expect some cover fire from his teammates, which might just help him for a bit long time. While Dummy will be picked off. 4 finish points, 4 kill points have been registered by the side of the only one Esports, while Vista Gaming Strovka gets picked off by Prestige. As this moment, as R8 Esports, they're also marching up and they're trying to grab some good kill points in their favor. Raj Sadat as well as Moner, he gets picked off by POWR Esports. Multiple fights, they're on the roll, and now the kill points are raining down over one and all. The circle will make a good move, and it's Major Pride, the team who stays inside the circle alongside Triple Esports, who have the northern side control. But it's not a great sign for Nigma Galaxy to enter the circle. 2 of the players remaining, and they are being gatekept by the players of Major Pride, as Kurt21 Esports also gets decimated in the 13th spot with only 0 kill points. But Twisted Minds, if you talk about those 3 kill points they have acquired, will be very much vulnerable from their side, as POWR Esports already having 2 players. They want to make a good impact on them, but Nomi will get Hitsi down in that position. Nigma Galaxy is on a really backward scenarios right now. Vanked might just make some good connection, and with that, Vista Gaming also takes an exit. POWR Esports, they're still trying to manage the things up, but that vehicle will mark the end, as R8 Esports will wipe out POWR Esports of this particular match in the very 11th position. 10 teams, 25 players are still remaining. The 5 kill points that are being acquired by R8 are really vulnerable, but Team Rad, Efrang's 5 fingers, if you talk about 5 fingers, what will be his move? He's trying to go up with some healings, maybe the first aids, but 3 first aids outside of the circle, I don't think it's going to work out. Might just grab some 2 more as well, but will it be enough to hold him till the very top 5? I don't think so it's going to happen. Even Triple Esports have already got their vision over this team's, so they don't want to miss anything out in this particular moment. As Fidhan from the side of Twisted Minds, they want to make an impact. Geekay Esports trying to make a fall back and enter the circle, while Twisted Minds Fidhan trying to make some connections, while Zayad also tries to make and create some more damage to the side of the other teams in order to just reach the spot in the right time. But 5 fingers, he has been spotted up by Yuzu, and with try to get some good points in his favor as well, but Vigros goes down. Ragnar also being decimated by Ziad. Luffy will get Vigros down, and Fadhan also gets eliminated as Twisted Minds and Team Rad. Both the teams will be getting eliminated one by one. Hixie goes down again as Major Pride Dino, he is keeping the game alive for his side as Major Pride, if they want to climb up, they've got 3 players, and this is the match that they can actually desire of a great end, can just bring up some big changes, while Pride Frozen 23 will be getting picked up by Zayed. Geekay Esports with a total of 5 kill points. They're trying to maintain some good critical positions. 7 kill points have been registered. 8 teams, 21 players in the question. This Molotov might just make some good connection, and it will make that connection. Imad, he gets that opening. R8 Esports. It's a big blow that is coming up at this point. Prestige, he's just trying to survive in those smoky areas, while he will be picked off by Hope as well. And now the multiple casualties are coming from the side of R8 Esports. This is a big blow. This is a massive blow that we cannot expect. As Triple Esports, they're bouncing back. ID7 will be getting confirmed. The Geekay Esports are making a mark as well inside the circle. Ragnar will have a proper hold. He's trying his level best to grab some good points as well, but eventually R8 Esports, they need to go off for some revivals, and they need to exit this place as fast as possible, because the position they're holding, it's not gonna work out for a very long time. But now the 5 kill points they have secured. The 8 teams and 20 players remaining is trying to make an impact as NASR Esports takes an exit, as Nigma Galaxy secures their 5th kill point, as NASR Esports takes an exit in the very 8th position. GK Saturn gets picked off by the only one Esports players, as Geekay Esports is still in the question, as YaLLa Esports takes an exit in the 7th position. Big names, big teams, they are taking exit, while the other teams are still making good impact. Nigma Galaxy, the other players are holding off, but now this time Major Pride, they will create an impact, as Nigma Galaxy also takes an exit in the 6th position alongside 5 kill points for themselves. Triple Esports have actually showcased us what they're capable of having 9 kill points, as well as 2 of the only players remaining from their side. Wizzy might just make that good connection, as R8 Esports will take an elimination, and the top 5 fraggers, if you talk about Ziad, will be on the top of this particular match when it comes down. Triple Esports, Imad will be in the 2nd spot as well. Geekay Esports, they're on the roll with 6 total kill points they've acquired. 4 teams, 10 players still remaining inside the 2nd match of this Ruthless Esports presents Pro Scrims Middle East region. The 2nd match of day number 1. It's on the go, and the circle has been shifted again and again, and the breathing space is coming to a very end. And this 9 total kill points that has been acquired by the only one Esports won't go in vain, as this nade, it did not went in the right direction where it's supposed to be, but Alush, he might just have to make some good connections. The splash damage is popping up. Frozen is barely surviving the 50 to 40 HP. 5 kill points have been picked off. The only one Esports having 9 kill points this time as well. Major Pride, Triple Esports, Geekay, and the only one Esports. All the 4 teams, all the 4 new teams to be more precise of. They are the top teams as from the Middle East region as well, but only the best team among this 4 will be on the top, as we have seen in the previous match as well. But now when it comes down to this particular stage, I'm really afraid who is the main winner, who is going to be the winner of this particular match, as the center area of the circle has been comprised of multiple things. The nades are being spammed out in a direction in which you cannot actually predict that yes, they are in that particular area or not. But Ziad gets picked off by Major Pride's Nomi, and that's a big opening that we were seeking for. But at this position, I really believe Geekay Esports, they do have an upper hand of the circle, but will they be able to capitalize that? Because in the back ends, the only one Esports, they're also coming in the question. Frozen, like if you talk about Pride Frozen, he also gets picked off by Luffy and will be confirmed as well. Geekay Esports, Ragnar and Hope, 2 of the players trying to make a smoke impact, enter the circle by any means, because if they manages to enter the circle by anyhow, it's going to be really hard for anybody to just hold on to the ground, because Major Pride, they're creating some good impact. Wizzy 3 will be getting decimated as well, and with that Triple Esports gets eliminated, and with that the domination mode gets activated for the side of We might say that Geekay Esports, maybe Major Pride as well, but 3 teams, 7 players are still remaining inside the circle. But this dual POV was very much needed because Pride Dino will be coming up with some multiple needs, might just not make some good connection, but still trying to make a big impact. In order to create some good, you need to be completely different, and now the difference that might just make the things happen. Let's just wait and watch that what we can just particularly see. And when it comes to the next particular last few minutes of this particular match, it's going to be very interesting. Geekay Esports, Major Pride, as well as Esports, 3 teams remaining. The Rosa spam, M4, as well as those multiple gun spams are already out. And now this is the moment that we are seeking for. The only one Esports do have an advantage of seeking and securing this beautiful ride. Otherwise it's going to be a very difficult situation, as Yumi and Ragnar, they're on the head-to-heads. Will be waiting on the very back end. Multiple shots has to be kept up, and the momentum as Geekay Esports takes an exit. Major Pride will be the second team to come in the question, as Major Pride's Dino, I think he's gonna have that privilege, with multiple shots are being taken. Still trying to make an impact. Luffy goes down. He gets a lose down as well. It's a big blow that's coming from the side of the only one Esports. Dino won't try to make any big mistake. This might just cost them too much, but no, it's not, as Major Pride gets down. And the only one Esports takes the winner chicken dinner with them, and that's a huge game. And that was a nail-biting competition that comes to a very end in the very second match of Miramar. But what a day it turned out to be, because when you talk about the first match was interesting. Nigma Galaxy took that brilliant 11 kill point chicken dinner, but in second, when you talk about Ooredoo Thunders, they got a 14 kill point #2 position. The day started off, kicked off on a very good note. But coming back to the second match, when you talk about, I really didn't expect this fight to be longer lasting than this particular moment. But the way they played, the way they have contested among each other, it's very much extraordinary. And then when it comes down to the very last part, it has to be praised. Major Pride, the players, it was almost a clutch if it would have happened, but that's a luck factor that we cannot call off. But majorly, when you talk about this was one of those brilliant matches that I've ever casted off. The Miramar was intense. The global teams, the teams from the Middle East region, they are completely pumped up. And now they're really ready and seeking forward to grab some good points and get some good hold. But when we move on to the top moments of this particular match, it starts off with this position where K12 and Nigma Galaxy, they had their drop clash and they faced multiple difficulties. But when it comes down to the next part, the multiple angles that have been created, the only one Esports, they deserve to be on the winning side. That's for sure, because from the very start, when they actually took the fight on the very early stage, they got the kill points, they got the momentum, and the way they were executing each and every plan, each and every rotation, that was so much precise. I really believe that the only one Esports deserve to be where they are after the end of second match. Right now, they have collected n number of kill points. They do have the placement points as well. But when it comes down, Triple Esports, Testos, he got picked off one by one. The players were taken down, and K21's early elimination actually gave Triple Esports a major boost in the confidence as well as in the gunfight that they wanted for a very long time. But when it comes down to the only one Esports, even one player loss having on the very early stage did not hamper their performance, and they took their chance and delivered the main game in the very right position and the very right stage. But Twisted Minds, yet another early elimination, and now I'm really looking forward to what is coming up next, as we have seen and witnessed many good moments. May it be R8's particular fight, or maybe Triple Esports this one Molotov wipeout to the side of the other players. Nigma Galaxy were holding on to the ground, but it was really difficult. Triple Esports, they managed to grab some good points, while GK Hope will get R8, XSC, R7 down. Multiple fights happened in the very end circle. It all went in the favor of the side of, when you talk about the only one Esports. But what a play, what a game it turned out to be from each and every player who managed to come this far and deliver the performance they wanted to secure. But that will mark the end of the second match, and we're still left with 3 more on this particular day, because As we talk about the match stats will be coming on the way. The only one Esports will have 29 total points, and in the overall ranking they will be in the second spot, and that is precise because when we talk about Nigma Galaxy, they have also got few amount of points that they could desire of in this particular day, but overall 32 points they have secured with 14 elimination points. The only one Esports, they have made a big blow to the overall standings, but coming up to the MVP with total of 7 solo kill points, average eliminations of 3.50, being the MVP rank in the second position, contribution of 50.00%. The one and only Ziad will be the MVP for the second match of the day, and yes, with that flow and with that particular game, we have seen Ziad's beautiful trades and the comebacks that have came from their end. But coming up to the match fraggers, it will be Ziad leading the chart with 7 total finishes, as well as when it comes down to the second, it's going to be Triple Esports Imad with 4 kill points, as well as third, the only one Esports with total of 4 kill points. It will be Luffy from their side. The NASR Esports will have early 21 with total of 3 kill points and 75 contribution from their end. But R8 Esports Prestel G will have 3 kill points from their side. And now the MVP rank race is all what we can see, what I can actually see in this kind of scenario, as Ruthless Esports Pro Scrims is just getting started and just getting hyped up. And now after the match fraggers, we will definitely like to move on and see the other criteria that are waiting for us in the other screens, because the next thing that comes up in our face, it's going to be the match ranking, in which only one Esports will have 29 total points alongside Triple Esports with 18, Major Pride with 17, Geekay Esports with 17, R8 Esports with 12, Nigma Galaxy with 9, 5 for NASR Esports, Twisted Minds will have 4, YaLLa Esports will have 3, and POWR Esports will have 3 as well. Rad will have 2, as well as Vista Gaming and Kurd will have 1 all for themselves, while Kurd 21, Ooredoo Esports as well as 90th minute won't get a single penny of point from this particular day number 1. But yep, that will show the match ranking, but the overall standing says a bit different, because in the overall standings you get to see the only one Esports, they were in the second spot, that was told, and I believe that is going to create a big impact alongside the other bladers and alongside the other players. It's going to be really important to be on the top. But the points graph, it comes up and it actually shows how much points have you secured from this match number 2. Leading up the chart, it's going to be the only one Esports alongside 14 kill points as well as 15 position points, while Triple Esports, when we talk about, going to be a very big blow, almost 10 total kill points they have acquired, and they are in the 8th spot. Total of 8 points they have acquired from this as of placement. But yes, when we talk about the other teams, they are also coming in the question. Major Pride 5 kill points, 12 position points, as well as the other teams that we are looking forward to. Geekay Esports will be there in the question with total of 7 kill points and 10 placement points. So these are the points graph that we have seen in the very match number 2 that we are really seeking forward to get a hold of it. But when it comes down to the next group, the first match went in the favor of Nigma Galaxy with total of 11 kill points. Second match, it went in the favor of the only one Esports with total of 14 kill points. What will be the outcome of the very third match when we come down again to the map of Erangel? But before that, we will be moving on to the overall standings, in which Nigma Galaxy with total of 35 points is leading up the chart. The only one Esports will have 32. So now it's a tough competition if we talk about between the top 2 teams. Major Pride, Ooredoo Esports and Geekay, they're on the line, but they are a bit behind as compared to Nigma Galaxy and the only one Esports. So they have to come up stronger and they have to make a good impact in the overall standings so that they can be and retain themselves in the top 3 spot. But with that overall star ranking, now it's turning up. It's a post-match 2. It's the details that you're seeing right now after the 2 matches have been played. This is the overall standings, how it looks like. But after this, when it comes down to the next part, in which you might have to make some good moves. You, in the sense, it's going to be the players that have to make some good moves. But yep, the Miramar, it's done and dusted. but this was the first one. We were still left with other more games. But coming to the second chart, it's YaLLa Esports being in the 11th position with a total of 10 points. Falcons, not a great start of the day yet. Only one match here they have paid right now with a total of 1 elimination and total of 5 points they have acquired from that match. So yep, they need to buckle up, and this is the right moment. Twisted Minds, Conqueror, Rock, Team Rad, as well as 4K Esports will have 2 total points in their favor. When it comes down to Vista Gaming, Kurt 21 and 4 Elite, as well as 90th minute, they are still in such a position that looks really vital, because they need to gear up either today or tomorrow. But if they do it on a way too much later notice, it will be very difficult for them to climb up the ladder. But when it comes down to the top 20 teams, we have seen them, but now it comes down to the overall fraggers, in which Hixie is leading up the chart with a total of 8 finishes, alongside Ziad with 7, and Hope with 5, and Ragnar with 5 as well, while Hamko will be also there in the top 5. But almost 2 of the players from the side of Geekay Esports, and 1 player from the side of Nigma Galaxy, 1 player from the side of the only one Esports, as well as Ooredoo Thunders will be in the question. But coming back to the match schedule, the first match went in the favor of Nigma Galaxy alongside 11 eliminations, but in the second match, the only one is the team to take up those 14 kill points to grab that winner chicken dinner. But when it comes down to the next match, it's going to be Group A versus B versus Group D and Group E. So in that case, Group C will have a small short of break of 1 match, and they will be coming up again on this 4th and the 5th match back to back. So yep, a 1 match break, it has been very prominent. But when it comes down to the group division, what can actually we expect from the side of Erangel? Because in the previous match we have seen wonders, but this time I really want to see some certain different circles that I'm looking forward to. But yet indeed, when you talk about the match 4 and the match 5, they're also coming in the question. But now the 2 matches have been done. We are still coming up with some 3 more matches, in which there are 2 more Erangels and 1 Miramar. So I would really love to know from the supporters of the teams, those that are watching the stream live, are you guys supporting your team with all your heart? If it is yes, then make sure to drop that heart spam on the chat, and it should run till the very end with the hashtag your team name, whichever team you are supporting right now. But eventually we will be taking a short break. We'll be right back with the 3rd match of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back again with the third match. It's going to be Erangel, which is coming up next in the Ruthless Esports Pro Scrims Middle East. And in the countdown of 10, we will be moving forward and will be entering the virtual map of Erangel. As we move on, the flight path comes up in the question. Another Erangel in the day. Geekay Esports Cat will be the flight captain again, but this time it's a diagonal flight path that we are seeing prevailing over the areas of Lipovka and ending in the westernmost side that we can see in the map of Erangel. And yep, this time I really believe that Ooredoo Thunders, they have to think it off. They have to think it off that how can they manage to go up in the areas of military base, because it's way too far. It's way too far, man. It's really tough for them to travel along that distance. Geekay Esports, they might have a privilege to go over the areas of Rozok and the Water City, what they have got, but this time for Rush, they have to be very prominent with their calls, because for Rush Elite, they have got a very early elimination in the previous Erangel in which they have faced Geekay Esports against them in the very first match. They want to take those revenge for sure, but will it be possible? Because Group C teams, they have taken a rest in which Nigma, Galaxy, YaLLa, Ooredoo Thunders and Twisted Minds will have a rest, so my bad, as they are not prevailing over the side. But yet another time, it's a banger, it's a surprise, because the circle again comes up in the southwestern side, keeping Ferry Pair in the center. And this time I really believe that K21 as well as the Conquerors Iraq won't be trying to just give up that position, because they're quite accustomed with that drop. They are quite accustomed with that circle, because this was the very first circle of the very first match of today's Pro Scrim. So they don't want to lose it. If they want to get a good hold of themselves alongside the other teams, it's the main chance. My dear fellow friend, this is the main chance that you can grab off. But Triple Esports will have a drop clash with 90th minute, while Code 12 also engages with some of the players of R8, while Thunder will be getting picked off. 3 of the players are still remaining, as Testos will get 90th minutes. 2 of the players down. It's a big opening that what any of the team can desire of. 2 of the players have been picked off inside of 90th minute, and this might be one of the most earliest eliminations that we can see right now. Tomika gets spotted, he gets picked off as well. We are seeing the last player surviving 13 bullets in the favor of Testos. M16A4 are making precise connection. Triple Esports, they are coming up next. They might just try to go for some baiting moments, but no, it's not gonna happen. And this is going to be a 1v4. Testos, he gets the thing in his favor, as it's the entire squad vibe you can get to say. Triple Esports, what a brilliant, massive start they've got in the very third match of this Erangel. 90th minute. They have been eliminated within a span of 3 minutes of this game. And that's a way too early elimination that anybody can think of. 2 of the players were picked off before landing, and the other 2 after landing, before they could manage to grab some guns. They are eliminated, and that's the big factor you can get to see of landing early and taking the decisions very precisely. What a brilliant start by these lads. Triple Esports take a bow to those players, but a 1v4 clash in this way, I really did not see that coming at all. But when it comes to R8, CR7 will be the last in solo survivor. That's not also a great start for the side of R8 as well. NASR Esports still having those 4 of the players along the corner will have a side, but as they move around the areas of apartment, 14 teams remaining. Like, we talk about this is a way too early elimination I could ever see of R8. They didn't have a great start as well. They have lost 3 of the players, and now when you talk about, I really believe it's a tough call. It's a really tough call. R8 Esports won that solo player. I don't know how long he can just manage to survive, but this time for Elite, they have got a great chance. Maybe we can just say it, because in the previous time when they've got early elimination, they don't want to make the same mistake again. Forest Elite will definitely try to bounce back and get some good points in their favor because they're in the 14th spot. They need a good game. They need a chicken dinner at least to bring up that glory back in the points table. But now it's Major Pride that comes in the question. Major Pride, they've got a great game. They're in the 2nd spot. The previous game was a brilliant one for them. Their side having 27 on board. They will definitely try to grab some more and more points in order to just stay on the top. But Major Pride still not engaging. They don't have any kind of clashes or any other teams around the corner during their rotation, and it is the same rotation if I'm not wrong. You will go for the extreme western side, in which they might face with Kurd 12. If I'm not wrong, Kurd 12 might have some chances. But Triple Esports, a brilliant start. No player loss, no casualties, no wasted of any healings or utilities in there from their side. But what they wanted, they have got it. And now the player I have to look out, it's going to be them. But Major Pride giving the rotation from the extreme western side. POWR Esports will have the side and will have the compounds over the areas of Gatka. Won't be trying to engage with any other teams. They have spotted some rotations. They might just try to grab some good spots. Some shots are being taken from the side of Major Pride. They don't want to hold. They don't want to just stop between their entire rotation because it will break the momentum. So it's better to just go with the flow and get a good spot inside the circle in order to just get the fight started and get some good results at the very end of the match. But now, POWR Esports, they've also got a good start. They're almost in the top 5. They will try to grab at least 10 to 12 points in this game in order to just get a good bounce or maybe a good climb in the overall standings. But 14 teams, 52 players is still in the question. They are in the game, but I'm really concerned about that solo player who's surviving, because to be honest, if you talk about that, whenever any player is surviving on a solo basis, I really gets like concerned about that player, because it actually stays really tough when it goes along the way. Vista Gaming, they will be just making the rotation around the Yasna Poliana. They will be in the exact northwestern side. They have to come down to the southwestern in order to get inside the circle. But Major Pride, well, knowing when you get to see the shorelines are being slowly and gradually contested. Team Rad will be going up with the rotation from the extreme southern side. They won't have any teams to contest if they are not going from the side of Ferryper as well, but I really believe they won't have any teams to contest in this position. Team Rad has to go for a very long rotation. They might not face any clashes, but they will face some gatekeeps if they want to go for a late rotation. But we talk about Conquerors Iraq. 4 of the players, they are in the particular place. They have got the control. They had their drop in the ferry pair. They do have a privilege of this particular drop, if you talk about, because they know these areas very well rather than any of those teams, because that's the main point that comes up. Whenever you take a drop, whatever the drop it is, you know it way too much more better than the other teams those are coming from the outside area to hold it up. Yes, they do have a knowledge. Yes, there is a compound. This kind of compounds have this kind of clause, and there might be some chances you can make some good impact. But I would just say that it's a part of the game, right? Any team, if you go in their home drop location, they will have an upper hand because they know some more tips and tricks in their particular home rather than what you know. But now it's the time. Groza, he's got the sounds. The sound cues are on as Major Pride's Nomi is moving around the corner of this tip. The position might be revealed. Groza is trying not to make any certain move, but the circle shift. He is in the southwestern side, keeping Quarry and Ferry Pair in the dead center, in which Major Pride, K21, Conquerors, Iraq, all the teams will be holding on to the ground. Nomi will get some multiple shots and this time will be punished down. Major Pride will get an early casualty, but this time it's a pan game. It's a pan game that's coming up from the side of Conqueror Iraq. That's a really friendly rivalry that has been put up against Team Major Pride, the team taking the winner chicken dinner in the very previous match. It will put up a great big show. This is a start that Conqueror Iraq have put on. Will Will it be a revenge factor that can come up from the side of Major Pride? Because not just a knock and kill point, it's just a pan game that's coming on the point. And whenever the pan game comes up, ladies and gentlemen, the things always gets heated up. And now I'm looking forward to that kind of scenarios. Well, Kurd 12, he will be engaging with those players of the only one esports. They haven't got any multiple knockouts yet, but K12 Nicasio will be getting picked up by POWR Esports. K12, they're still trying to manage it up. They've got one or two openings, haven't got a clear kill point in their favor, but Luffy, his vehicle's back tire has been exploded, and that's not going to be a great sign. They need multiple vehicles, but Genius has been put down. Kurd 12, they're facing multiple casualties as Magnum. He's trying to make a fallback because he's quite aware that if he's going to stay for a very long time, it will cost him his position as well as the entire team's loss in a very early stage, because still now 14 teams are remaining. If anyhow Magnum can manage to survive till the very end circle, it will be a better decision from his end. But Luffy, he gets picked off, a very bad illusion. Zia, 3 of the players are remaining. But still, the revival of Luffy will be very much on the first hand. But Team Rad, they're facing some multiple casualties as NASR Esports. They're coming as another party spoilers for another team. Ziyad this time, he has spotted the players. POWR Esports Kante, he will be just holding onto the ground, not going to make any move right now, not to expose his position. But Luffy's revival, will it be possible? Because Alush, he has been spotted, he has been caught off guard. This time Kante will be putting him to an end, while the revival of Luffy will be initiated. The only one esports will lose Alush. Alongside, if Luffy was not getting a revival in this state, it would have been a second casualty that the only one esports could actually face off. But this Tesla is completely broken down. Vankit is coming to the question. This is a chance. The shots are being registered. POWR Esports are trying to make an impact, but Ziyad is trying to make a knockout. Trying to make a knockout, but Ziyad is very low HP. Has made a good connection, but Vankit will make this thing happen as one by one the players are getting picked off. But now 2 of the players in a single screen. Luffy gets him down, will get the third one as well. POWR Esports, they have been shattered in a single moment. One moment we moved on to the side of only one esports, and the other moment 3 of the players of POWR Esports have been taken down, and the entire credit goes up to the side of Very Bad and Luffy to make this impact possible. Ziyad needs a revival as well. Smokes will be up, just provide an artificial cover in order to get that revival started. But from a long distance you can also get to say OK Esports, they're coming in the question, they're coming up to get this fight done in their favor. They're holding the circle edges. The only one esports, they need to make this momentum up. They are actually ruling on the hashtag 1 spot as of now, if you talk about. But when it comes down, almost 32 points, they've acquired 5 more kill points. They have added to the question. Still in the top 14, won't get any position points if they get eliminated anyhow in this particular stage. But the circle has been shifted over the side of Ferry Pair. This time again the same circle, the same positions that are being played like the very first game. But another time, this time Ziyad will be knocked and confirmed. That's a very big blow for the side of the only one esports. They cannot go for the revival, they cannot take the risk. They need to stay inside the circle, because from the back end, OK Esports, they're making the move, as well as POWR Esports, one of the players. Still holding on to the ground level compounds, trying to make an impact in the overall standings. They don't want to fall apart, they don't want to make any mistakes. But the only one esports at this position, they have to move up, they have to get the things done on a very good note, maybe I can just say. And the only one esports, when you talk about 5 kill points have been registered, but Triple Esports, a total of 4 kill points, they're marching over the areas of query. They want to get a good hold, they want to get a good position for themselves. But if they can just manage it up towards the over the hilly areas, might just get a height advantage and can capitalize that against the other teams. Test will have the vehicle advantage. Triple Esports, they do have all the vehicles, they have the covers, they have got the height advantage. The thing that they have to focus on is just to get the skill points on time whenever they are in the need. If they can manage to get the things right on the track, I really believe that Triple Esports can make a brilliant big impact in the particular case. The circle is getting shifted towards the side. It's the same shift that we have seen in the previous time, and it's again going to be cut off from the areas of Ferry Pair, and it's going to be on the northern hilly ridgy sides. But this time, will there be any certain changes that we can expect? See it around. We do have to see it around. But Triple Esports, they're having some sound cues of the shots being taken from a long distance. They're trying to spot it up. But K12 Magnum, being that solo survivor, he's barely breathing in a very low HP. Will have the healings up for himself. But will he be able to just get off this position, just get it inside the circle? Because all the other teams, they're holding onto the grounds. They're not willing to compromise that position. But Magnum, he has got his buggy, he's got his healings. But the healings are not that much as we expect. But the back tire has been exploded. Going for a longer rotation will be a very, very tough call. But Vista Gaming will get one of the players off. The only one Esports picked off. Esports Saturn has been also knocked out as well. NASR Esports being the one to be in the cruise control in this particular position. One more opening, and Geekay Esports might just be in a serious trouble. The nades are coming on point, might just not make a good connection indeed. But Ragnar is also putting up some good nades, putting up the strings on the right spot. Battle of Saturn is indeed one of the most questionable factors they're looking forward. But Ali will get some retaliations from the different angle. Miracle is trying to go, as well as Bithika. They will try to just make some different angle, but this time this nade just stays in this particular side as Saturn. He will be confirmed, and Bithika gets Ragnar as well. Geekay Esports, they're falling apart and they are moving towards the back foot areas as well. Umam is trying to make some impact with his nades. Ragnar needs a revival. The nade is coming on point. It might just make some good connection, but no, it's not. Human and the company, they're going inside. The Molotov will affect. Will get one down, as well as will get the second one. Geekay Esports are falling apart. The multiple shots are being taken. They have got a multiple damage as well. But Bithika this time will be punished. As Geekay Esports hope is the last hope from their side. Miracle, it's a 1v1 situation. UMP on the one hand, but this is the nade that Miracle was cooking up for a very long time. Geekay Esports takes an exit in the 14th spot, while K21 will get Hama down there. It's the big blow. Conqueror Iraq, they are creating the impact to Team Rad. They're on the roll, but losing Monir in the very early stage will create some kind of deficiency that they might just face in the very last phase. But Triple Esports test, he needs a revival. He needs a revival from very early note. It will be tough, but no, you see, he's making things work for his side. As Team Rad, they're falling apart one by one. Testos has been decimated. Test needs a revival. Imad is in a very low HP. He will be picked off, and Vizi is being the solo survivor. Try to make an impact. Will create the pressure one by one. Solo player, it's a really tough call, really tough call, but he's making the things in his way. Triple Esports, they're still keeping up the momentum. He's not finishing up the players. His two of the players are still knocked out. It's not going to be a great sign. Yizzy, what is your next move right now? But no, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen as Triple Esports. The work done was tremendous, but the result will not be in their favor as they get eliminated on the very 13th spot. Major Pride, 3 of the players still remaining. They're still trying to make an impact. They're holding the edge of the circle. They've got Vista Gaming around the corner. Frozen has been picked off. Jan and Dino will be the 2 players, but this time Trovka gets knocked out by Dino, and that's an opening that they are seeking for a very long time. The drop shots are coming, but Jan won't make any good connections. His HP is barely low right now. He cannot move at this position. He needs to back off. He needs to get the revival, but at first he needs to heal himself up. That's a more important play that they can actually desire of. Dino is trying to give each and every possible support he can. The revival has been done. Jan is trying to heal himself. He's got 2 first aids. But meanwhile, 4K Esports takes an exit. Luffy will get Anaconda down there. Dino also has been picked up by Teardrop. That's not going to be a great sign. Major Pride, they're on the stakey position. Yes, they have got one opening. Nelia has been picked up by Jan, and now Frozen, they have got some chances. The nades, the Molotovs, they're coming in the question. That's not going to be great. The headshot makes some connection. Major Pride cannot make a mistake, and they won't make it happen this time as well. The contribution of Dino and the entire squad comes up to the position where Major Pride takes the control. Will be wiping out Vista Gaming from this compound and from this game, as well as they move on to the next phase, to the next circle, because POWR Esports D7H is still surviving. alongside the only one esports. They're trying to enter the circle. It won't be that easy. There's one person just laying down the snake in the hidden mist. He will create a very bad impact. It's not a sign. It's a really, really tough call. It's a moment of silence that we are waiting for. But Team Rad, they might be taken down. But Rex gets the last finish point as K12. Kurt12 takes an exit in the 10th spot. 4 kill points have been secured by Conqueror Iraq. It's a very bad spots. The last pair of POWR Esports, they will try to just capitalize that thing. The Molotovs and the utilities are coming on the part, but Luffy, he gets picked off by Humam. That's not a great sign. That's not at all a great sign. And that need will create some splash damage. Won't make a good connection indeed. So far, the still trying to make an impact. The position has been completely compromised. The snake not making any impact. Major pride coming in from different angle. This is a complete exposed position that they're deciding off. But POWR Esports will be getting eliminated as the only one esports. They are still with the last solo player surviving. 7 kill points they have got. POWR Esports has been decimated on the very early note. The tap shots are coming very bad. He's in a very bad condition right now. Trying to enter the circle? Won't be that easy. Because 2 of the teams have the entire focus on that particular lad, and that's not a great sign for him. Even very bad will be confirmed by players of Major Pride, and that will mark the elimination of R8 Esports alongside Team Only One Esports as well. 6 teams, 18 players are still remaining. Team Rad also takes an exit at this time. There is no mistake from the side of Forest Elite as T21 also faces some backlashes as NASR Esports. They're marching, they're just entering, they're just wobbling up the team. They're wobbling up the players, but Ali will get down. Miracle and Humam with the 2 players surviving at this particular stage, but now this position, Kurt21, they're still trying to make some good impact while Pride Yan trying to go for those kill points. He is quite accustomed with those positions. They're outside of the circle. Will try to grab those kill points, and this is the situation that I really believe that Kurt21 and the other players are looking forward to. The top fragger slayers, Team Rad's Rex will be leading up the chart, but Kurt21 Esports takes an exit as well. Major Pride will be in the question for Elite as well as NASR Esports. Teams are on the go. Teams are still in the particular position as Conqueror Iraq. They do have the man advantage alongside Forest Elite. They do have a chance of the 50-50 chance, I would say. If they want to make the things happen, they have to eradicate Major Pride as well as NASR Esports on the very early basis. If they can make it happen, it will create some big openings that they're seeking forward to. Forest Elite, they are just getting multiple knockouts. Pride Dino will be picked off. This is a big opening that Major Pride does not seek off. Yan and Frozen will be getting those revivals done. For sure, that's for sure. Forest Elite will be along the corners. 1 kill point have been registered. 4 teams and 14 players are still remaining. But at the side, Forest Elite and Conqueror Iraq, they have a much more better chances as what our winner chicken dinner forecast says to us. But entering the circle, grabbing the spot, securing and capitalizing the position, it will be very difficult for Forest Elite. They're trying to make the move, but will be denied as Rio gets that opening as to Booth. He goes down with that nade, but this time Pompa also goes down for Forest Elite. In a blink of an eye, they're in the back foot. They're really in the back foot as Conqueror Iraq. They're making a big difference. Atal is barely surviving the very low HP. Last first aid, he's popping up right now alongside Sasuke. Sasuke might just try to make a good impact, but Major Pride, they're also in the question of NASR. Rio comes up in the domination mode with 3 solo kill points in his favor. The boot has been picked off by Rio. It comes up and it might just come as his 4th kill point. But in the blink of an eye, Forest Elite, they have fallen apart on a very early note. Kalaga will be picked off, but Atal will be knocked unconfirmed, and with that I really believe that Forest Elite has been decimated out of this game. And with that, Forest Elite, only 1 kill point they have secured in this entire match. 5 kill points in the favor of Pride. Major Pride. Jan's position has been revealed. The 8 kill point from the side of NASR Esports. They do have a chance right now. But the man advantage is favoring the side of Major Pride as well as Conqueror Iraq more precisely. They're waiting for the right moment. 2 of the players have been picked off. Ali 21 will be the solo player surviving. Getting the revival of Miracle will be one of those most important tasks that they can just call it off. But Groza will get the knockout. Can just try to steal those kill points, but it will eventually reveal the position, while Yan will be getting among those domination position. Groza also gets 3 in his favor. This is the final circle. Conqueror Iraq are looking very strong and steady. Dino might just try to make some good connection. Might just get the knock. He will get it eventually. Conqueror Iraq's entire attention has been driven to the side of Dino. And Dino will be getting another knock as well. He gets the second one. Will be popping up the first aid. This player, he is still keeping the competition up. But before just getting eliminated, he will confirm one more kill point as NASR Esports versus Conqueror Iraq. It's a 2 versus 3 situation in the third match in the end circle of RUPS Day 1. The Middle East region will witness one of the most greatest fights in this particular match. NASR Esports versus Conqueror Iraq. It's a 3 versus 2 fight. 2 for NASR Esports and 3 for Conqueror Iraq. They need to give some good note. They have to come up with some good motive. It's something that I'm really looking forward to. Definitely, this have to create a big impact. It is going on a way too different note that we are seeking forward to. But when it comes down to this part, 6 solo kill points for the side of Rio. Conqueror Iraq, they're trying to make a good effort. They're trying to grab some good momentum in this particular fight. But Rio, Miracle, what will be their move? What's gonna come up next? Have to see it around the corner as Team Conqueror Iraq, they're moving. Miracle and Ali, they are holding 2 different positions. That's not going to be a great sign. If one of the players gets picked off, the other won't be able to provide any single cover. As well as if you talk about Conqueror Iraq, they're also trying to go for some, I would say, vehicle rotation around the circle aces. They might just try to just get the intel of the position of where the players are holding. But any kind of casualty will bring this game down to a 2 versus 2 situation. Yes, you might just be aware of the position, but you will lose one of the players. Ali has got a proper vision. And his position has not been exposed yet. Miracle is also holding a different angle. If anyhow Ali gets into some kind of trouble or maybe into some kind of fights, Miracle will have the off angle. The nades are coming on the corner but won't get any opening. If Groza or Rio, any one of them gets picked up, and there you go, Miracle gets Groza down, the first knockout. It comes up, Rio is breathing in a very low HP. This is not a great sign. Miracle is closing up. Ali's position has also not been revealed so far. Right now the smokes are up. Miracle will be coming up with another nade. It's exactly on point, but Rio will get Ali down there, and it's coming down to 1 versus 2 situation. The entire game depends upon Miracle. If NASR Esports, they are on the verge to get these things done, but Reva will spot Miracle down, but Miracle, he will get him down as well. This is a big situation, big twister coming from their side, but Miracle is keeping the hopes alive. He's trying to keep the hopes alive, but no, it's not. It's not gonna happen, as Conqueror Iraq will take the winner chicken dinner of this particular match. What a brilliant match it turned out to be. NASR Esports, they tried really well. They really tried well, but the outcome was not at all in their favor what they desired of. Miracle and Ali, they tried their really best in the very end circle. The amount of confidence you need to just implement that kind of 1-1 split in the very end circle, it's overwhelming, but the man advantage and the gunfight actually helped up Conqueror Iraq to just secure that fight and just to secure this game as well. And I would really love to appreciate, and this was one of the most phenomenal fights that I've ever seen. Both the teams gave their 101%, but it's a brilliant start. But coming up to the top moments recap, I cannot forget this clutch at all. Testos, he did a 1v4 before the team even landed, and there you go. I believe that with this particular pan, Conqueror Iraq actually showcased us that yes, we are here to win this particular match. So if you want to go and fight for the second spot, you can do it. It was a really tough call. It was a really close call whenever the 2 picks were registered. But indeed, I have to say, it is a great move. It's a great game which came down to a very end. It's the third match which was on a different level, maybe compared to the first Erangel. This second Erangel of the day was a bit more memorable, or maybe much more enjoyable, you can just get to say, because there was some big ups and downs in each and every fight. There's some moment you get to see one team building a momentum, and the other moment the other team in the blink of an eye will swiping the team who is having the upper hand. So this particular third match was a much awaited game of twisters. But more precisely, when you talk about the casualties, the fights, the teams, the amount of hard work and the amount of strategies they have implemented in each and every fight, or maybe in the game, it has been phenomenal. It has been phenomenal, and I would love to see this fight. Dino's entire presence, Dino's entire, I would say the entire game they actually implemented, the cover fire he implemented, it was worth it. That Major Pride just got the whole of that particular fight, and they got those beautiful kill points in their favor. But coming down to the next part, when you talk about the other teams, the multiple fights, NASR Esports, the presence in their entire match was commendable. And when it comes down to the last end circle fight, Ali, if he would have picked up one of the players of Conqueror Iraq, the tables would have turned up in a different side. Maybe NASR Esports could have got the chicken they were seeking up for a very long time from the very first match. But POWR Rush, a better comeback rather than what they have done in the very first match. It's a better start, it's a better comeback that we actually expected from the teams, those who haven't performed well in the very first or second match. But it was a brilliant end that came up. But yep, you have to just admit it, Conqueror Iraq is the one who played the better game in this match number 3, and with that they actually outplayed each and every team in order to secure this game, as well as they got a better hold. Miracle tried to fight back and he did it really well, but indeed in the very end, this is the man advantage that speaks in this game of PUBG Mobile, and it did make a lot of measurements as Groza got that final touch. But with a total of 28 points and 13 kill points, this is the most desirable match I would say that Conqueror Iraq could desire of. All the players, they did whatever they could do, and they have made a brilliant impact, and they have climbed up to the 5th spot in the overall ranking after this match number 3. And we can just call it off. But coming back, like next phases, what will be the next phases? It's going to be the match MVP that we are looking forward. Who will be the MVP? I am really not certain about, but there are some chances that anyone, if I'm not wrong, Rio can be one of those MVP. Yes, it is Rio with 7 eliminations with a 53.85 contribution, an average elimination of 3.50 with an MVP rank of 3. Hashtag 3, it's the MVP rank. Pro Scrims Day 1 match number 3. The MVP goes up in the favor of Rio. What a brilliant game he had. What a brilliant performance he showed in this match of Erangel. And he outplayed each and every player who came across him. He got those skill points. Coming down to the match fraggers. The first will be Rio alongside Rex, Rosai, as well as Testos and Ali. Because 7 solo kill points at the side of Rio, 5 for Rex, 5 for Groza as well. And Testos will have 4, which he had actually acquired in the very early phase of the game, in the very starting 3 minutes. And the 4 for Ali as well. He also tried level best in the very end. But indeed, it cannot last a very bit longer time. But match fraggers comes up exactly in front of us. Now we move on to the next stats, and we'll have a look to the next particular stats that's coming up exactly on our screen. But now this is the match ranking. Conqueror Iraq will have 28 total points alongside 13 eliminations and 15 placement points. 21 points for the side of NASR Esports. Major Pride will have 17 of this game, as well as Team Rad will have 10. 9 for 4 Rush Elite, 8 for The Only One Esports, 7 for Kurt 21 Esports, 5 for Triple Esports, 4 all for POWR Esports, as well as Kurt 12. Our rate still not up to the mark performance, we cannot see from their end. 2 points in total they acquired from this game, while Vista Gaming, 4K Esports, Geekay Esports, 1 all for all these. While the 98th minute, if we talk about this team, they have not got a single point again because they have been decimated on a very early note, and that will mark the end of the match ranking. But when it comes down to the overall ranking, we will have a look at that as well, because accordingly we'll get to know which team is leading up the chart and which team is not. Before that, we will have a look over the areas of points graph in which the most number of position points definitely have been acquired by Conqueror Iraq. 15 total points as well as 13 kill points. 12 position points for the side of NASR Esports, 9 kill points for their end. Major Pride having 10 total placement points as well as 7 kill points from their end, and Team Ra 6 kill points and 4 placement points. So more or less, this is the chart when you talk about. But yeah, we have to admit the only one Esports have got 11 kill points and only 1 position point, and that could have been a big game if they would have lasted for a very long time. But yet indeed, it is the match number 3 that came to a very end. But now we will be moving on to the next stat, and we'll have a look what's going to come up next on our screen, because definitely this is going to be the overall fraggers that is actually holding up after match number 3. Hixie still holding the #1 spot, but this time the contenders, they have increased with a 1 kill point differ, because Hixie has got 8 finishes, that's for sure. Ziad, he's on the line with 8 finishes as well. Rio, Ali and Luffy will be on the line to grab that spot again, because this is just the beginning, my friend. They are having 7 kill points for themselves on each notice, and they're just 1 kill point away to just secure that #1 spot, maybe the #2 spot as well. But now the overall fraggers comes to an end. We will be moving over to the overall standings, where Major Pride having 44 total points, playing 3 matches, they've got a better hold. Only one Esports has also got 40 points on the board by playing 3 of the matches, while Nigma Galaxy, they've got a rest in 1 match. They've played 2 matches, they're in the top 3 still now with 35 total points on the board. They will be needing another good match to just retain the top position again. Well, NASR Esports have also played 3 matches, 32 on the board. Conqueror Iraq will be bouncing back in the #5 position for a total of 30 points on the board. 26 points for Ooredoo Esports, they are in #6, #7. Geekay Esports with 24 points, #8 Triple Esports with 23 points. #9 POWR Esports with 20 points, and #10 Kurt 12 with 16 total points. But now moving on to the second chart, we will be seeing which are the teams those are actually playing behind R8 Esports. Will be having a total of 14 points on the board. Team Rad with 12 points on the board, 10 for YaLLa Esports. I must admit, it's not the performance that I really expected from their side. They need to come back a bit more stronger. One chicken dinner can actually change it up from their end. Well, 4ish Elite, Kurt 21 Esports, 9, 8 respectively. Falcons will have 5 points on the board while just playing 1 match. Twisted Minds will have 4 total points in their favor. 3 for 4K Esports, 2 for Vista Gaming, and 90th minute will have 0 after playing 2 matches. Both matches early elimination, and that will commerce the end of the overall standing that comes in our way. But 20 teams on the board, still contesting, still trying to level best to maintain the things on the board. But now, according to the schedule, if we talk about 3 matches, has been done and dusted. Match 1, Nigma Galaxy 11 eliminations. Match 2, the only one Esports with 14 eliminations. Match 3, Conqueror Iraq with 13 kill points. They have got 3 matches on the board. But now we are left with 2 more matches. The next one, it's going to come up again on the map of Miramar, in which Group A, C, D and E will be playing, in which Group B will be having a small rest of 1 match, because they will be coming back again in the last match, in which Group A, after playing continuous 4 matches, will get a rest of the day. Now the last 2 matches, we are still left in this Middle East Pro Scrims presented by Ruthless Esports. Really pumped up which teams will arise in the next spot, because that's a really brilliant start if we talk about. But I'm still rooting for the teams like YaLLa Esports. If we talk about Falcons, they have missed 1 or 2 matches, but yep, they have to, if they want to make this thing possible, they can actually go up. We do have some higher expectations from there, and because they're also one of those teams that they have got a greater potential. So I really believe that we can just hold on, because the next map of Miramar will be coming very shortly, and I really believe this time the flight captain will be changed, as match number 4 of today's Middle East Pro Scrims is just coming up in the span of some few seconds, or in the span of some few minutes maybe. But this time is Group B, as they are taking a rest, I really suppose there will be some changes that you might see in the entire playing teams. That's NASR Esports, Triple Esports, POWR Esports, and K21 Esports will be having a break. But ladies and gentlemen, again fasten your seatbelts because we are going over to the land of sands in the map of golden dust. The map of Miramar comes to the very start, and this time the flight captain, it will be from the side of the only one esports. Very bad. I really don't think this player is very bad. This player is really good. But yep, I will really suggest very bad to just change it up a bit, man. You deserve a better name. But eventually, this is the flight path that we are rooting for. It's starting from the areas of Valid Mar and ending over the areas of Impala. It's a very, very much diagonal flight path, which is favoring the southern side as well as the middle portions of the entire map. With the teams going the side of water treatment, or maybe inside of El Pozo might just face some kind of problem. But yep, for Elite, they're heading towards the side of El Pozo, or maybe inside of Ruins, because they are going for the vehicles rotations. They're trying to collect up those vehicles, so it has to be their call. But Los Leones again will be the place to see multiple clusters, as if you actually get to see there are multiple teams going in that direction. 90th minute alongside Ooredoo Thunders, you get to see there are multiple 2 to 3 teams actually taking a drop over the areas of Los Leones, while Geekay Esports will be just heading towards the areas of Picado as usual. But Major Pride will have the Chumacera place for themselves, and this time they have got Yen playing in a bit split in the area in just order to just grab some good vehicles, maybe for their rotation purpose. But the circle stays in the southwestern side. But I don't know, there is some kind of connection that out of those a total of 4 games, we have seen southwestern circle happening in 3 games, 2 maps of Erangel and this one map of Miramar. I really suppose that if this circle goes and ends up in the area of Chumacera, we are going to see a hell lot of action and hell lot of end circle fights that we cannot even imagine. But Twisted Minds, they do have a drop clash in the Monte Nuevo area, so we have to look into that kind of matter, because whenever the fight gets started, it will be really, really tough for the other teams to make an impact. But Team Rad, they have to get a good impact, they have to get a good start. But now, as they are just playing among their teammates, they're trying to make some fun of them, or maybe having some fun. I would just say that playing the game in a competitive mode, it's really, really fine. It's all worth it. But when it comes down to the portion where you actually love the game, you actually play this game because you love it, you enjoy the game. That's more important, and that's what the players are doing. They're enjoying this moments with the friends and the teammates they're having. They're competing, they're playing the competitive mode, they're playing the scrims, they're grinding for the major tournaments, the official ones as well. But before that, they're enjoying the game and just having some good time. I really believe Team Rad, whatever the performance is, whatever the games they have played in today's day, might not be the better outcome that what they have expected. But definitely, I would really, really love to see a big comeback coming from their side, because Team Rad, they've just got 12 on the board. One good game of 10 points can just change the table a hell lot of one, and eventually they have got one more match to just talk about. And after this match, Geekay Esports, the only one esports, Kurt 12 and Major Pride will have a rest, and this is the only last match they're playing in today's day. So they have to give up their 101%, to be honest, if we talk about. But when it comes down to the next part, Nigma Galaxy team, who is trying to just reclaim his throne of the hashtag one spot, will face Kurt 12 as well as Forest Elite in the El Pozo area. They have got multiple shots on their side. ABCE's HP is looking a bit tough, but Roth, that's a really, really bold decision. He's coming up in the open area, might just be spotted down at any moment. Lord is in a different direction as well. If you talk about Kurt 12 Magnum, I don't know whether he's quite aware of not, but he's got a SKS as well as an UMP on hand. Lord will be coming from the back end. Nigma Galaxy is also having a split drop around the corner of El Pozo. Might just not be the same as what we expect, but definitely they are trying to make an impact. They're trying to rotate it out. You don't want to face any kind of drop clashes, but this time, Lord, he gets spotted. The multiple shots will be taken. Modi has to come up with the backup, but Lord, just by the chance, he changes up the position. Genius will be in the side. Modi will be there, just not to reveal the position. Genius might just try to make that overcommitment possible, but this time the shots have been registered. Sasuke has been picked off by Rob. On the other hand, multiple fights as Nigma Galaxy takes two teams. And a 2-2 split. Roth will be getting Sasuke eliminated, and the first blood comes up from their end, but Hamodi gets picked off by Nicasio, as Hamodi's knockout will actually mark a very, very bad sight for the side of Nigma Galaxy. They cannot afford to lose any of the players. If they want to make the cover 5 possible, they have to come up right now. Genius's HP is in a very low state. Trying to make a good impact, but they are completely covered up. They might just get another one knocked out as well, but this time the two players are remaining. Nigma Galaxy, they have deal one casualty, might just be the second one at any moment, but if at the right moment they cannot arrive to just provide the cover, Hixie as well as Rov, they have to just come faster and faster. Kurt 12, they're utilizing this time. They're utilizing this moment. The revival has been initiated, and Nicasio will get the revival done. Hixie is still holding onto the grounds. Won't make any kind of connections, but Magnum is exactly on the terrace. Position is revealed. His position is revealed, but what can we do? Even if we talk about Hixie's position has also already been revealed, some shots might be taken up. Magnum, he needs to be very, very aware of the surroundings that he's belonging right now. The cover fires might come up from the side of Kurt 12, the other teammates like Genius, Nicasio as well as Slows, but Magnum on his own hand has to be very, very much ready. But Hamodi this time will be confirmed by Magnum. He will get some retaliation, but won't be enough to just get him knocked out. If Magnum would have been picked off, Nigma Galaxy could have got a brilliant opening that they can just desire off in this particular very start. The nades are being used. Genius, they're trying to make a good impact, but the splash damage is the only thing that will affect Magnum in this particular state. But Magnum, when it comes down, it's something that we're really looking forward to. But Magnum, they're trying to make an impact. Bright Dino as well as Young, they're in the distant area, but Ooredoo Thunders, I would just say they have to just keep up the momentum. Ooredoo Thunders, they've got a great start. They've got a great day in today's game. They want to implement the same thing in the second day as well as in the following days that are left in this RUPS. But now Kurt 12, they've decided not to engage. They might just try to create some diversion, but Hixie's actually is way too low, and the rush has been initiated, and it's not a great sign. It's not a great sign. He tried it really well, but Nigma Galaxy will be the 15th team, the first team in this lobby to get eliminated on this particular match. And that's not kind of the start that Nigma Galaxy actually expected from their end. But as of now, Kurt 12, 4 kill points have been acquired. 14 teams, 54 players, they're still remaining. Ooredoo Thunders, they're in the questionable part. They're in the questionable factor. They have to make this game in their hand. This is the only chance they can actually rely on. The only one Esports as well as like Major Pride, they do have a privilege to just enlarge or maybe just make the difference a bit more if they want to make the things happen, because this is the right moment. I really believe that they can just make the difference on a huge note, because Nigma Galaxy, they're one of their most tough contenders who were there to actually compete for the first place, has been decimated on an early note. If they're reading the kill feed, they will eventually get it to know. So as the thing is going on in the same way, I really believe that these two teams have the most advantageous position in the entire game to just get the things in their favor. But the only one Esports, when you talk about not having involved in any kind of fights, they still want to try a peaceful method to enter the circle and grab a good spot. But Major Pride, they're almost in the dead center of the circle, which is a good side for them not to rotate on a very distant areas. So they can just sit inside in the dead center, they can just see around the corners, they can see around the rotations that are coming towards them and holding nearby to them, so they can grab those kill points and maybe take some shots, initiate some fights. So it will depend on them for sure. When it comes down to the only one Esports, Luffy, very bad, as well as Solution, Harry, 4 of the players trying to make an impact. They're trying to make the things count up right now. But this time Ragnar, he gets spotted up. It's a Vista Gaming who is coming on the corner. And now they're not going to back off from this position, as they don't want to back off. They don't want to get anything changed up, but Twisted Minds, what will be their opening? Conquer Iraq, they've got some multiple shots. They are into the fights as Ragnar has been picked off by Vista Gaming. Vigurs have been spotted. The shots are being taken. They cannot take a multiple risk right now. Ragnar will be confirmed as Dami is still trying to spot it up. He's got a M24 on the back, but won't make any good connections with that. He's had tried for a headshot, but Dami will be punished as this time Vigurs and Kadeen will be the 2 players surviving inside of Twisted Minds. But now Vigurs will get one opening, another player pops up, might just get a second opening in, but no, it's not. Vedhan might just try to provide some cover fire. But with that, Twisted Minds, they will deal multiple casualties as Vedhan is the solo survivor, and I don't think he's going to survive for a very long time. He's trying to make a fallback. He's trying to just go to a different directions, while Moner will be picked off by R8 CR7. It's a multiple opening that they are seeking for Geekay Esports. They have lost one of their players, maybe not, it's completely knocked out. Dami will be finished off as well on a very early note. Hope has been picked off. The revival needs to be done, but Gath, what have you done, mate? It was a really good nade if it would have entered in that particular area, but it did not make that certain connection that they desired of. That needs to pick off a good nade in order to get an opening. But Conquer Iraq, they don't want to fall back. R8 ID7 has been picked off by Team Rad. R8, they're falling apart one by one. D7 needs a revival on a very early basis. Guide goes down by the nade of Groza. As Conquer Iraq, they're getting the upper hand. Raz might just get some good amount of damage as well. The nade might just give him some good amount of damage, but Rexy, as he goes down, Bandar will get that. But Prestige will be taken down by 5 fingers as Team Rad, they're rolling forward as R8, they're being in the back foot right now. Gath's revival will be on the very early basis. That has to be on the priority list for the side of Geekay Esports right now. But as of now, Gath and Hope, both the players have been decimated. Saturn and Ragnar, they are the 2 players which you just get to see as Ragnar. They're still trying to make them impact. Ragnar is getting them opening. Saturn is being picked off. He's being the solo player as Geekay Esports. They're on the verge of getting eliminated, but no, that will mark the final end as Geekay Esports also takes an exit in the 14th position. Some early eliminations from many of the teams, but R8 Esports, CR7 is just going for the heel battle. He needs to enter the circle, but Team Rad, they're completely ready to grab these positions, and I would just say this is a chance that they can create the impact on. 13 teams, 45 players are still remaining. Magnum, they are in the question. The nades have been picked off. The nades are just going on the right spot if you talk about Prestige, Sadatin, as well as Rex at the same point. Losers will get a boot down there as 4 Rush lead. They're in some serious trouble, might just be in serious trouble, but Prestige will be getting picked off by Rex, and that's not going to be a great sign for the side of R8. 2 of the players remaining, Bandar as well as CR7. These 2 players have to rely on the situation, and if you call it out, YaLLa Esports and the only one Esports is still like fighting outside of the circle. Though the blue zone have not hit them hard till now, but fighting outside of the circle, outside of the safe zone, might just cause them some serious trouble. But when you talk about Ooredoo Thunders, they are getting some multiple casualties as the Major Pride will create some impact. Smoker goes down and dusted. Ooredoo Thunders will deal some multiple casualties. If you talk about solo single player, it's going to be very difficult. But he gets 1 knockout. Team Rad, they deal another casualty, and Bandar needs some healings at this point of time. Might just get some good connection. He gets 5 fingers down as well. Will he get the healing that he's desiring of? The med kit is there in the question, but one bandage is needed as CR7 is trying to create some good impact. He's still surviving with some decent healings, but there might just be able to survive that blow. But the angle he's holding is really important for the side of R8 Esports to create an impact and to decimate R8, decimate Team Rad out of this game. 2 kill points have been secured by R8, and that's going to be a great sign. The blue zone has been hitting them hard quite right now. The angle that are being holded up, they have to create the impact. Well, that's not a really great sign. That's not a great sign. Rex has been picked off. Team Rad, they have been eliminated, and what a way. CR7, 3 kill points for himself. It's a 1v3 on this side. He holded the entire responsibility, but the only one Esports there in serious trouble as YaLLa Esports will be coming up to just pop up in the scenarios. They will be trying to get this kind of kill points in their favor, but only one Esports not in a particular position. Bompa will be getting picked off by the play zone. That's not going to be a great sign. The 3 of the players have to enter the circle at any means. They can't just get it off. But the only one Esports, when you talk about 2 of the players, they were just holding on the ridge. They were having the dip areas to just get some covers, but Saif, oh, he barely manages. He barely just manages. 1 second factor it was. 1 second, I would say, if he was a bit late than a point some seconds, Saif would have been picked up by the play zone too. There might be some pretty chances not getting a revival. It would be a tough call, but if he would have been picked off by the play zone, it would have been very serious trouble for the side of YaLLa Esports in that kind of scenarios. They need to enter the circle as fast as possible. There's 34 players still remaining, 12 teams. In the question, Vista Gaming, they do have a visual over the areas of Twisted Minds. The shots, they're making the connection, but Fadhan, he barely just manages to survive in that shot. But now, Vista Gaming, they do have the intel. They have about 3 kill points. That's the last solo player surviving, but Katan will get a luge down there, and the only one Esports who will have another casualty on the board, surviving with 2 of the players. But at the very particular moment, the only one Esports, they're surviving with 2. Harry has been picked off and will be confirmed as well. 2 of the players remaining. It's not going to be a great sign. POWR Lead also takes an exit in the 12th position with only 1 kill point on the board. Conqueror Iraq will be one of those most top, I would say, contenders that they can create some good effort. But the Rena, the revival, I don't think it will be possible. The nade was on point, might just make some good connection, might not. But still, Rosa and Kalaga, they will be on the front lines trying to make a good impact. Luffy, he's trying his last best that he could do right now in order to just fall back or make some good moves against the side of Conqueror Iraq, because that's the only hope I really believe he's having right now. So I would just say that we just have to wait for some longer duration, or at this particular moment as Rio is talking about, this is the fact that we're looking forward to. But as of now, this is the fight that Luffy tried his level best of, but 5 kill points will be going in the favor of Conqueror Iraq, while Ooredoo Thunders Ninja will try to go for some cheeky peeks in that from a distant hill, trying to grab some free kill points, but won't be able to sustain one. Twisted Minds, Fadan being the solo survivor, this is the best spot. I really believe he can actually hold off, but R8 Bandar was last place surviving, but it will be confirmed as R8 Esports takes an exit. The shots will be taking on the side of 4K Esports as well, but K good 12. 5 kill points have been secured. The loss of Lewis won't affect them that much, but the circle, the way it is shifting towards towards the side outside of the areas of Chumasera, I really think that K12, they need to just pop out of this scenario. Otherwise, the Major Pride will be gatekeeping them really in a harsh way, so that they won't be able to just get it out of this trap. The Mastermind, the feeling that the way they have settled up, it will be really tough for K12 to just make a move outside of that Chumasera area. When we talk about Conqueror Iraq, they're also in the radar of YaLLa Esports, but definitely the circle has to be the priority that they have to give. 98 Esports, they do have a greater angle, or maybe the circle hold in that kind of particular place. But eventually, when you talk about Major Pride as well as Twisted Minds, Vista Gaming will have the privilege to enter the circle without any kind of hesitation. Same goes for YaLLa Esports as well. But the teams who might just face some clashes, it will be due to the longer rotation or the longer duration of time they're taking to just rotate and grab the spot inside the circle. The shots are being taken. Zaid is trying to hold on to the position. He's just not interested in going on a different places. But now, this is an open area. This is an open field. Anyhow, Major Pride's player spots him down. This vehicle will be bursted to ash, and if the vehicle gets blasted, it won't be a great sign for YaLLa's side to just hold on to that particular compound. But when you talk about Major Pride, one of the players have been picked off. Fidhan has got a greater opportunity to make an enclosure in this area. Just holding on to this part will be very, very much helpful. But Fidhan, he needs to be very, very cautious. He needs to make every move count. One solo mistake, one small mistake, actually cost them a way too much game, because Twisted Minds, the entire responsibility rests upon his shoulder. Fidhan cannot afford to go for any mistake. Genius will be picked off, but this time Major Pride, they're creating a big impact. They're trying to create some more difference, while Teardrop will be picked off by Major Pride Dino. And on the other hand, when we talk about Ooredoo Thunders, they will be getting eliminated 9th spot, but this time Vista Gaming Teardrop will be confirmed by Major Pride players. The team, they're playing it collectively. 4 of the players are remaining, and they're just getting all the kill points the way it could happen, the way better than ever. But now the utility usage has to be on the first priority, and now Major Pride, they're actually getting it on the point. Manila will get the knockout, and Saddam will be confirming the skill point in his favor. It might be the chances that Twisted Heads can make a good impact. They're in the top 7. They don't need to just hold on to their backs in order to just get the placement points. But yep, this is going to make a big impact as Zeno also gets picked off. Jan is surviving in a very low HP. Kurt 12 will be getting decimated as well. But this is a chance. You peak once, you get taken down. Fidhan is exactly holding, but 4K Ram will be coming exactly on the top. There's a chance, but no, Jan, you cannot make a bad move. No, he gone not. But Fidhan will get him down, but Fidhan will be confirmed by Ram as well. Twisted Minds take an exit with the 2 finish points on the board as Major Pride Nomi will be the solo player surviving from this side. YaLLa Esports also takes an exit in the 5th spot, but that shot did not make a headshot connection. No. The first shot, you miss it, no problem. Second shot, it comes up exactly on the head. It makes a precise connection, and 4K Esports, they're also on the roll. 3 kill points have been collected as 4 of the teams and 14 players are still in the question, and the game is on. The game will be taken up and up, but now as we move on, Major Pride are exactly collectively holding on to that angle. One good nade can create a deep, big impact, and I really believe that that's not gonna be the thing that they're looking for. But Jan gets picked off by the nade of Anaconda. The openings being cleared up. The openings have been cleared off, but Anaconda, he's thinking that the players have been eliminated, but that was a wrong decision. My friend, 4K Golden and Ram will be the 2 players surviving, but Ram also gets picked off. But the Major Pride, they're creating the impact. You have got one of the players down. They will tear down you apart. Nomi and Dino, the 2 players, they're trying to make an impact. Golden, he's just precisely trying to hold up to the position. Major Pride, they need to enter the circle. But Golden will be that showstopper that I believe that he won't allow the other teams to enter it any precisely. But Dino, he's in a very low HP. Some pretty shots, and Dino would have been taken down. Numi, though, with the vehicle explosion, he has been taken down, knocked and finished. Dino being that last solo hope. 7 total kill points on the board for the side of Team Major Pride. They're in the radar of Conqueror Iraq, as well as 90th minute. Want to make this game on their favor. This is the best chance that any of the team can actually desire of. But when it comes down to the next part, this is the moment. But Golden, he has been completely spotted up. Dino not having the privilege, he's not having the chances, but definitely will try to grab the ball. Definitely will try to grab the whole team. 4K Esports takes an exit. We have got the top 3 teams on the board as Dino. He's barely surviving, in 90th minute will be eradicating Major Pride out of the game, and now it's a 50-50 ratio. 9 kill points in the favor of Conqueror Iraq. 90th minute, only 4 kill points. Now the main thing that comes up in our mind. If anyhow 90th minute manages to win this match and get a winner chicken dinner on board, they will be bouncing up all above the position that we are really hoping forward to. But Conqueror Iraq, they do have one match lead. They have got the previous match on the board. If they can get the second one, they will be climbing to the #1 spot if they can manage to get this chicken in as well. So Conqueror Iraq, they are fighting for the #1 spot, but 90th minute they are trying to make a big impact and get a comeback in the first list of the game. But Groza is making some good connections, cannot afford a single bad move. One bad move, one small mistake will cost out the winner chicken dinner. Every decision has to be very precise in order to make an impact. So if they are trying to make a move, it has to be done very precisely. 90th minute, they're trying to advance. They have deal a good amount of damage. Normal, he's trying to go and secure some good positions in this the moment as well. But now, slowly and gradually, the position of Kalagai has been also compromised. And this position, the split that Conqueror Iraq, the team is holding right now, it's very deceiving. Because one mistake, and you're out of the equation. Jabal, he's got a chance, he's got some chances, the shots are being taken, and Kalaga, he's also accustomed with that his position has been exposed and he cannot move any further. But this is the moment, the healing better one, very well done, but Rio goes down as Jamaica will be also being picked up, and now it's still the 50-50 versus 3 contest that's popping up right now. Kalaga, he has to make the move, he has to get the opening, he gets that one as well. Conqueror Iraq can make a big impact. They are going to make an impact, but before that 90th minute, he comes up with another twister in the game. Kalaga has been picked off. Reva will be going with the revival. And at the very moment, the vehicle has been exploded. The revival has to become on the point. Reva, he has got 3 eliminations on the point. Conqueror Iraq, they do have an advantage to grab this winner chicken dinner. But before that, will the revival be done? But the nade comes out as Jabal goes down. This is the last solo player surviving. Reva, they are trying to make an impact as Conqueror Iraq. They're marching to get a second winner chicken dinner of the day. What a match for the side of Conqueror Iraq, and what a day it is turning out for these lads. A beautiful day, a beautiful outcome that they are seeking forward to. Conqueror Iraq, they are conquering the day 1 of Ruthless Esports presents Pro Scrims Middle East. The way the impact they're creating, it's really outstanding. But when you talk about this kind of performances, I really believe it's something that we are really looking forward to. But one thing is for sure, my friend, if you are watching this live, you have to support Conqueror Iraq. You have to admit it, the players, the team, collectively, they are playing so well, they need a bit of appreciation. But in the meanwhile, we move on to the top moments of this particular game. This is the thing that we are looking forward to. This is the moments that we are looking forward to. Kurd 12, they've got a brilliant start. They've got a brilliant game coming up around the corner. But most importantly, when it comes down, it's going to come up in the same factor as you look up to. The early elimination of Nigma Galaxy created the loophole that what Major Pride and the companies tried to make an impact. And eventually they did it really well. But one thing that I'm really looking forward to is the overall standings right now. That will be an entire different genre. Because if they want to make an impact, if they want to make a good decision, because I would say Group A teams, they have done what they had to do in this very first day. But it's still a chance for Nigma Galaxy to bounce back. They do have one more match, which will be the match number 5. But the moments when you talk about R8, CR7, what a brilliant 1v3 he did. This was an off angle that Team Rad didn't expect it off. So gradually they created the impact that they're looking forward to. But Conqueror Iraq, the overall, again, whenever they're taking the chicken, they're creating the entire impact in the overall game. All over the game, they're creating the impact. They're creating much bigger things that we can actually expect it to be. But yes, for sure, it's a big game. It's a big thing that we are thinking of right now. But eventually, when you talk about, it's Pride Frozen. Pride Frozen and Team Major Pride, they were actually holding a big angle that was really important. but getting into multiple fights. Still, I would say Dino, he tried his really best to keep the game, and he managed to keep his team alive till the very top 3. But Nomi, he got taken down with a vehicle explosion. It was really a big blow towards the side of Major Pride. But still, Dino, he tried. He got 8 kill points on the board, 18 points from this game. Major Pride, they are still keeping up the competition. And gotta admit, this last fight was really important that we were looking forward to. But now it's the moment that we are seeking, as Kalaga, he also gets picked off as well. Kalaga will be taken down. Groza and Reva will be the 2 players. Groza will get Jabal down there. And now, in that particular moment, the way the team played, conquer Iraq, what a game. Total of 28 points collectively they have done, and the overall standings, they are standing in the 2nd position. They got a previous chicken dinner, they bounced back to the #5 spot. They got another chicken dinner, and now they are in the 2nd spot, and the MVP will be Pride Dino from the side of Major Pride, with having 4 eliminations with a 2.25 average elimination, and the MVP rank, he is on the top. And with that, the MVP of this match we have seen so far. But what about the next parts, the next stats that are gonna come up? We will be looking forward to that on a very short note, because I'm really eager to see that. I'm really most eagerly to see the overall standings, because yes, that's going to be the main factor that all the audience as well as the teams are looking forward to, that where are they holding themselves up. So, well, that's a big impact that's going to play. But match fraggers, if you come down, 4 finishes for the side of Dino, 4 for Groza, as well as when you talk about, it's Reva with 4 finishes, CR7 with 3, and Pride Nomi will also have total of 3 kill points in their favor, 3 for CR7 as well. But match fraggers comes to this end, and the match ranking when it comes down, 28 points for the side of Conquer Iraq, and 18 for the side of Major Pride, 16 for the side of 90th minute. It's a good game, it's a very good comeback from their end as well. Couldn't manage to get the 2nd or the 1st place, but the overall impact was really well. They wanted a match which is going to be this much impactful, and they got that one. 4K Esports with 12 points, YaLLa with 8, 7 for Kurd, 12, Twisted Minds will have 6, 5 all for Vista and R8 Esports, only 1 Esports will have 2, same goes for 4 Shili's as well as Team Rad, only 2 points, 1 fall Ooredoo Esports as well as Nigma Galaxy, and 0 for Geekay Esports as for an early elimination. But that comes to an end for the match rankings, but we'll be moving forward to the graphs as well as the overall standings in a very short span of time. But talking about the points graph, obviously there's no question that Conquer Iraq will be on the top with a total of 15 position points and 13 kill points. Alongside, when you talk about the kill points of R8 as well as Vista, they were 4 compared to 1 position points they have acquired. Same goes for K12, 5 kill points, but only 2 position points they have secured in this match. But coming down to the next stats, we will be moving forward to the overall standings as well as the overall top fraggers. Yes, of course, after post-match 5, we get to say Dino leading up the chart with a total of 9 kill points. And in the 2nd, you get to say Groza as well as Rio. They are also having 9 kill points on their own. And among the top 5, you can actually see 2 of the players from the side of Conquer Iraq holding up the spot, and that actually shows up how much domination these players and this team is actually going through, and they're making the lobby suffer too as well. But moving on to the overall standings, it's a Major Pride with a total of 62 points on the board. They're on the top, while Conquer Iraq will have 58 in the 2nd position. The only one Esports with 42 points on the board. Not a great match in the previous one, or they would have been in the 50s as well. Nigma Galaxy, if they want to make a big impact or if they want to make a good comeback, one chicken dinner is really essential, and one chicken dinner can actually make a big impact, so that we might see Nigma Galaxy finishing in the top 3 by the end of the day 1 as well. And coming down to the 5th spot, NASR Esports, 32 points. Ooredoo Esports, #6 with 27 points. 24 for Geekay, 12 with 23. Triple Esports with 23 points, as POWR Esports with 20 points as well. Coming back to the 2nd chart, we will be seeing up many new faces, many new teams, but there will be some shuffling that will happen in the 2nd chart, which will be from #11 to #20, where I really believe 90th minute will have a good comeback. They will have around 16 points, so they might just be in those 16-17 area the very first day. So it's not a bad start. It's a late start, but it's not a bad start. You still have got a chances. So we will be looking forward to get a view over the second list once. And yep, we've got it around the corner. Falcons will be in the 20th position with having played only one match, but R8 in the 11th with total 19. YaLLa with 18, 16 for 90th minute. They have bounced to the hashtag 13 position. 4K Esports will have 15. 14 for Team Ra, the 4ish Elite will have 11, 10 for Twisted Minds, 8 for Kurt, 21 Esports and Vista Gaming will have 7 total points in their FA. But that will mark the end of the overall ranking of after the post-match 4. If you talk about now, when we move on to the schedule factor, 4 matches have been done. We're just looking forward to the last match of the day that is going to come up in the map of Erangel. Last match in which Group A will take the rest, but BCDE will be the 4 groups that will be playing and competing with each other to establish themselves in a greater spot or in a greater position. But I would just say that this is something that we are looking forward to. The top 20 teams are competing among each other, trying to make a good impact, and eventually the things that are looking forward to, it's the match. It's today's matches, back-to-back 2 winner chicken dinners for the side of Conqueror Iraq. Can they make it a triple for their side? It's a big question. If they can make it happen, I really believe the things can turn up in a different way. But both the matches of 13 kill points, and now Conqueror Iraq, they're looking really tough as a really tough competitor for the other teams, other 19 teams those are in the lobby. But as we move on to the last match, I really believe that the Erangel of the entire day will be really exciting and really amazing, because it will be a closing game. So I really believe that the teams might try to just close the game or close the day with a good note, maybe with a good start. But in a very short span of time, we will be moving forward to the map of Erangel. So we have to just wait maybe for some few minutes or maybe for some few seconds, because our captain is just preparing up the flight to just take off it very peacefully, because the main fights and the main problems will arise inside the map, not in the air. So obviously the flight has to be very safe so that it can drop the players very nicely and safely in the virtual world of Erangel. So but now, as of now, we can just take a short break and we will be right back with the last and the final match of Ruthless Esports presents Pro Scrims Middle East. Well, with a very short break, we are back again with the Ruthless Esports Middle East Pro Scrims. This side, your caster Necros. Well, if you are going and enjoying this entire event and all the 4 matches, make sure to drop down your favorite team's name on the chat because you're supporting it. Make sure to give a heart alongside that name as well because we really want to see that which team are you supporting. And yep, make sure to also predict the last match winner because this time it's going to be Group B, C, D and E. Group A, the teams will have a bit of rest, so we can just call it out that there are still some chances that many of the teams can just bounce back as they are looking forward to. But yeah, with that particular time, with that particular info, we are gonna head off to the final match of the day number 1. Ruthless Esports presents Pro Scrims Middle East. The day 1 will be coming to a very end. I actually cannot express how much I'm excited because if this is day 1, what is going to be on the very final day? It's going to be the decider, maybe the final day in which we can get who will be the winner of this Pro Scrims, of this entire 4 days journey, total of over 20 matches. Well, I'm really looking forward to what can we just get to see. But most importantly, I talk about I would definitely love to see what impact can we just get from each and every team. Because Conquer Iraq, they have actually showcased us the domination that they hold. But now we are coming up next with the Erangel, the final match of the day. The match number 5. It is going to be, but the countdown will be beginning very shortly. The Erangel map. I'm really afraid what's gonna come up next because already the volcanic eruptions have started. They have gotten in the move and they are really trying to make a big impact. But this last match actually will showcase us that what's gonna come up next in the next particular match, because in the countdown of 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, bring it on. The final match of the day of Ruthless Esports presents Pro Scrims Middle East, the map of Erangel. Your caster Necros will be leading you up to the flight path, which starts from the area of Stolber and ends in the area of military base. Again, an eastern side oriented flight path as we get to see, while Major Pride leading on the front with a total of 62 points on the board. And their dino is becoming a dinosaurus right now to just eliminate each and every player that's coming exactly on the freeze. But this is the main point. How are the teams going to take the drop over the areas of Ferry Pair, Gatka, and the areas of Ober Hospital if anybody desires to go? But Twisted Minds, well, they're here to take a revenge or not, I am really not quite sure of it, but definitely the 7E drop clash, it's going to happen again. Meanwhile, 4K Esports and K21 will have a drop clash around the areas of Lipovka, so it's not going to be 1 or 2, but multiple drop clashes as we are moving forward to 90th minute. Will be going toward the side of Novorupnoy. Well, 4 Rush Elite will have the entire drop of military base. But the same thing that goes up on my man is that Conquer Iraq will go for the side of Ferry Pair, but this time the circle, it's in the western side, but it's a center western side that we can just call it up, not again a southwestern one. But at this moment, this is the thing that we're looking forward to, because when you talk about, you've got around Twisted Heads around the corner, YaLLa Esports again, the last time they have met, YaLLa Esports just got the early momentum. Well, when you talk about Twisted Minds, they were completely eradicated from this match and they don't want to get the same outcome again, but this time Pradhan will get saved down there and will be confirming him instantly in the first blood of the game. Thumbs up on the side of Twisted Minds. Musa will be in the corner as well. This time and just get another knockout. 4K Ram will be getting down as well. So with that, K21 got that first opening. YaLLa Esports make a comeback. Bomba is just holding on the grounds. Bison is the gun that you're looking forward to. So it's the thing that we're looking more and more over the areas as YaLLa Bomba. They're trying to make the things impactful. YaLLa Bomba will be getting another pick for the day. 2 of the players have been picked off from the side of YaLLa, and this is a perfect revenge that we can call it off. But Twisted Heads, Vigrusk, that need will get Bompa down as Katan will be the last solo player surviving. He might just have a Bison and the other pretty guns, but I really believe YaLLa, they're in the back foot, and this is the Uno reversal that's happening inside of Twisted Minds, because now Twisted Minds, it's something that I'm really looking forward to, because Katan at this moment, he has to be the very, very much responsible player. He's got a DBS in his hand with a UMP. The DBS can create a very, very big impact until and unless any particular nade pops up. If they're going to make it up head on, Katan just predicted at the right moment that yes, they are trying to make that impact right now, while Katan is trying to still keep the game alive, still trying to make the things on point. Maybe the UMP reload will help him. The nades might just turn up the way it should be. But the revival? Well, going for a revival decision is a good call for the side of Twisted Minds. But Katan is trying to switch off the positions. He's trying to make the things different. But this time he gets spotted up. The DBS won't work out. But YaLLa Esports gets eliminated in the 15th spot, but that's a revenge coming up from the side of Twisted Minds. That's a 4K game with a 1 casualty as YaLLa takes an exit. And with that, a tata bye-bye and a revenge done as YaLLa Esports takes in another early exit. But definitely it was a great revenge taken up by Twisted Minds. I'd really love to see this one, but the next time they meet again, it will be a different case. YaLLa will definitely try to avenge this one again and again. POWR Esports, they might be in a serious trouble. It could have been anybody's a buggy blast. It's the least thing that you would just expect to die for, I really believe, because it's something that I've experienced personally, so I wouldn't recommend this for any of the others. You're just rotating with your buggy and suddenly it pops up with a glitch in the buggy blast and you get knocked and finished. So that's a policy. And even POWR Esports, they're playing with 3 man. If 2 of the players are here with the buggy, they're trying to search for the buggies and vehicles to go for a rotation, and if the 3rd player is in a different location, it won't be possible for him to come along this long way far and get the revivals done. But Triple Esports, when you talk about, they've got their entire Rozhok Hill as well as the Rozhok area in their favor. So and we just get to see that Triple Esports are looking forward to go for a great game. They're looking forward to just get the things on point right, and what they're looking forward to. But now as we talk about, this is the game. This is the main fight that many teams are looking forward. Nigma Galaxy, they're looking to get and reclaim the top 3 spot, while Conquer Iraq will definitely try to hold up their #1. They will definitely try to get that #1 spot in the place of Major Pride. Major Pride won't have a match this one at this one because they have completed their 4 matches of the day. So this is a great opportunity for them to hold and get that throne reclaimed by their side. NASR Esports, they will be on the exact school areas, holding on the main school building. It will take some time, but eventually when you talk about, this is the game that we are looking forward to. This is the game that we are seeking forward. But now as we move up, this is a brilliant stuff that's coming out exactly on the front line. And Nigma Galaxy, they have got early eliminated in the previous games, but the poaching key control will be in the favor, and that's going to be very helpful. Nigma Galaxy, they do need some good amount of stars. They need some early kill points, or maybe some good amount of kill points at the very end of the match in order to get some and grab some good points, or we can just get a big banger in order to just climb up the ladder on a very high note and make a good difference. Otherwise, if you create a really small difference, it will be really chaseable the next day. So Nigma Galaxy, they have to put up that mind. Any kind of early elimination will lead you up to a situation where you might have to just be in the 2nd position or maybe in the 3rd, because the way Major Pride and Conquer Iraq are playing, it's really deceiving. They are just creating the impact, but Reva will get 4-ish elites, one of the players down. As Conquer Iraq, they've already came up with some openings. Rio will be picked off, but Groza will get another opening. Rio needs a revival in the very early stage, and it might be a chance that Reva is trying to create some cover and get the revival done. The smokes will be up as well, but just holding onto the side. NASR Esports, they are having the entire Rozhok held control. Multiple fights have been initiated from the different directions, which is way too far. Conquer Iraq, they do have an advantage of having that very pair drop location around the corners, but now Forest Elite is one of them that they're giving those kill points to. Pompa's kill point will be confirmed by Rio, and with that 2 early kill points and 2 early points will be secured by the team of Conquer Iraq. They've got a good start, not having any casualty. It's a big thing in the very early phases of the match. If you talk about Triple Esports, when you get them on the line, you get to see all the 4 players exactly trying to make an impact. While NASR Esports, they're heading back towards the areas of school. They don't want to engage. They have got an intel. They might be Triple Esports holding onto the side, but R8, they will be engaging with Twisted Minds as Ragnarok gets picked off. R8, they are looking forward for a great game, but the way Twisted Minds are playing, will it be possible? As R8, they have got a better hold. Vigorous will be coming to get the revival, but he will be trapped as well. The entire field has been set up for this chances as Vigorous also goes down by the need of CR7. Twisted Minds takes an exit with 4 eliminations in the very 14th spot, 13 teams remaining, and that was a really quick wipe coming up from the side of R8 Esports, and that was precisely one of the most important fights that we can recall of. 46 players are remaining, 13 teams are still in the question. And now as you talk about, it's a really big impactful day for Rush Elite. They are in a very safer corner, but now when you talk about, it's something that's, I would say it's a very questionable factors, because Ooredoo Thunders, they were rotating very closely towards the side of Conquer Iraq, so they might have a clash again with them. If that clash happens, I really don't know what the outcome will be, but Vista Gaming, they're having clashes among themselves, so, well, we can just call it off a friendly fire or maybe a striking car game. It might be a different genre as well, but eventually when we talk about Triple Esports, they have got a Spider Hill control. NASR Esports will be on the front line, but now they've got a hold of 4K Esports exactly on the open areas, will get those kill points, and 4K Esports will be decimated by the other players. But POWR Esports from a long distance will create some multiple shots to try to make some impact, as R8 CR7 will be picked off by Vista Gaming. The Sunrise Prestige will be in the back ends as Naila, he gets spotted up. The shots will be taken, but Bud from a different end will get another opening, and this is not going to be in the way that Vista Gaming they were desiring of. Teardrop goes down. Trotka and Naila will be the 2 players. Naila's HP is barely very low, but the 2 openings that they have got will be very keyful right now. Prestige will definitely try to make this thing work out. The multiple utilities won't go for this, but they want to go for this vehicle explosion. Other players are just popping up the scenarios. Naila, he's been completely surrounded by multiple directions. He got one down. He might just get a second, but he gets it done. But from the back end fire, he gets picked off. Vista Trotka will be the last solo player surviving, which might be the last solo hope that they can desire of. The shots are on the point, and that will mark the end of R8 Esports. What a tremendous mistake it was. When you're getting the shots from multiple directions, you have to count it up. And you have to just make a choice of where to go and where not to go. 3 of the players were knocked out. Not even a single one was finished. Our R8 Esports, a very disappointing elimination in the 12th spot of this particular match. While Nigma Galaxy, having 1 early kill point, will be rotating over the areas of Gatka in order to just reclaim a good position or get a good position to hold off in the long run of this particular match. 11 teams, 38 players are still in the question, as Forest Elite, they are on the roll right now. When you talk about, it's none other than Ooredoo Thunders those are coming in the question. The team has got a great gunpowder, but now this is the last match of the day. You need to prove it. And this is the moment that you can just create on. But now, as we talked about Nigma Galaxy, trying to make some impact. 11 teams and 37 players are remaining. 2 of the kill points have been taken up, and now when you talk about Forest Elite, they're trying to make some good impact. Then Tabooth will be the last and solo players surviving from their end. It's Ooredoo Thunders that are just making a good impact. They have got a lead. They've got multiple kill points. But this nade, Hamko, not a single amount of damage because the room has been changed. So that's a lucky side for Hamko, I would say. But definitely the boot just holding on to the grounds. Might just make some good connections. Might just try to make a good impact as well. 11 teams, 37 players are still remaining inside the questionable factor. Which team is going to turn up next? Because K21, Kurt21 Esports are also in this particular area. I really believe Hamko, he's got an intel right now. Where is the boot hiding? Can't make any mistakes. Because one solo mistake can cost out the entire squad. POWR Esports Otham goes down as NASR's Miracle will get the openings down as well. POWR Esports, this is not a great sign. D7H, he tried to make a fallback, but POWR Esports will be punished. NASR Esports will get 4 of the skill points in their favor. The boot will be the solo player surviving, while 10 teams and 35 players are still remaining in the questionable factor. Forest, the boot, they're still on the game, while when we talk about Ooredoo Thunders, they're coming exactly in front lines. This area has been completely shattered and being covered from all these directions. They've got another team in the back. I don't know whether Taboot is quite accustomed to that or not, but the position has been completely revealed as Ooredoo Thunders. They're thinking twice because they have to think of the future aspect. If they go and rush the boot right now, there will be Nigma Galaxies holding onto the back compounds, who is really willing to take up free kills in order to just make some third-party scenarios. Well, Vista Gaming, they will be rotating from the northwestern side. They will have an easy entry inside the circle. Might just face any other team, but Nigma Galaxy, the shots came up on a very late basis, but they didn't want to engage on this note. But still, it's a lucky side for Taboot. He manages to survive that particular side, but Nigma Galaxy, 2 of the kill points have been registered. Smoker has been picked off by Groza. Cosmic, this is a very big. Conquer Iraq, they're still on the move. They're getting multiple kill points from themselves, while Nigma Galaxy, they have got 2 kill points. That's very good, that's fine. 10 teams, 34 players remaining. And now this we talk about, it's Ooredoo Thunders. They're going from down the ridge. They are having a high disadvantage, but now the team against they are fighting, it's going to be a very big fight for them, because if they just make a small mistake precisely, Rio and the others were not going to just give them a chance. No second chance from the side of Conquer Iraq at this point, because they are on the go. They want to make it a hat-trick chicken dinner, and now Hamko is in very low HP. Precisely, he has been picked off as well, but this nade might just get Osama down as well. And now the shots, the mates, that certain connections. Rio is coming up with the flank, might just go with some pre-fires as well, will deal a good amount of damage. The shots have been registered, might just go with some other sprays, but the tree cover is just holding onto the grounds. But this time Osama barely breathing. He's barely breathing. Ooredoo Thunders on the verge of getting eliminated, and Hassan will be the only solo player surviving from their side. And the Conquer Iraq, they're looking on a brutal form. Back-to-back 2 winner chicken dinners. Back-to-back 2 big blows. Nigma Galaxy's Hixie, he is still on the go. 2 kill points for this team. Now Modi needs a revival, and that too on a very early basis. They want to secure those vehicles. They don't want to mess it up because they have to go for a further rotation. 326 meters still inside the circle. Nigma Galaxy, they have to go for a long run right now. Modi has got a revival, that's for sure. They need to go, and now Ooredoo Thunders, Hassan is still holding on to the side, while Kalaga will be getting robbed down there. And now Conqueror Iraq, they have got the visuals over the players of Nigma Galaxy. That's not going to be a great sign for this team. Hixie waiting in this position will not be a good decision, I really believe, for them. But Ooredoo Esports will also be decimated, as 9 of the teams are remaining. 31 of the players are still in the circle. Triple Esports with a total of 1 only kill point. They're trying to rotate, but oh, that's a big blunder. That's a big blunder. If they were spotted up by any of the teams around the corners of Pochinki, they would have been done. The story would have ended for Triple Esports, at least for this 2 players, Test and Easy, in that particular scenario, in that particular moment as well. Testos and Iman will have been the 2 players only surviving if there was any other team looking forward to the other direction. But still, Vista Gaming, they managed to enter the circle, and they've got a good spot for themselves. A cozy corner indeed inside the circle to hold up. to get into the further fights they're looking forward to. But talk about to conquer Iraq, this team is looking really confident and strong. 5 kill points have been acquired as of now. 4 of the players are remaining. The depths will be holded up by NASR Esports. 4 kill points. Indeed a good position. They're holding the edge of the circle, still now trying to make some good impact as well. But when you talk about next particular fight, maybe next Pochinki clash that we're looking forward to, because 90th minute as well as Vista Gaming, they're both inside the main Pochinki compounds. Trovka is trying to close in up, but Normal is holding on the ground. Sunrise will be picked off by Normal's nade. But Trovka, he just manages to enter the compound very precisely. He's got a UMP in his hand. Will be trying to switch it off to the FPP mode in order to get some good close range fights for themselves. But Sunrise pick will be very crucial for the side of Vista Gaming at this point. They cannot afford to go for any kind of openings like this in this particular Pochinki fight, because this cluster fights are really based on the openings. While Kurt21, they still have the southern side control. NASR Esports, Ali and Humam will be the one to get the hold. Miracle and Batika will be in the circle. It goes as a central shed. Pochinki is still in the questionable factor, is still in the area. The tail is still inside the circle. And now 98th minute, they have to capitalize this moment. They have to capitalize this privilege that they have got right now. But now Nigma, Galaxy, Hixie, what was that? What were you doing at that position? I really don't know, but this is a big blow as POWR Shalid also gets eliminated out of this game. Vista Gaming's YaLLa will be getting some multiple knockouts as well. And now Vista Gaming, Nigma Galaxy, Zamodi and Lord. 2 of the players are remaining, maybe 3 of them are still in the game. But still, when you talk about Vista Teardrop, Vista Gaming, 5 of the kill points they have also acquired for their favor. With Kurt21, they will be up against NASR Esports in this particular fight. Jabal will be getting 5 fingers down. Team Rad will be in the back foot. The NASR Esports, they're in the question right now. 5 fingers goes eliminated as well. 98th minute. The players, they're trying to make a good impact. Rob will get Sunrise knocked again. Sunrise might just be the time for a sunset, as that's why Team Sannas just making some good moves. Bardashani will be picked off by Miracle. NASR Esports, they're making the move right now. 6 kill points have been acquired by Conqueror Iraq. They are here to get the third chicken in the robot drop. He gets picked off. Lord Modi will be the 2 players surviving to the side of Nigma Galaxy. Umar will be spotted by Kalaga. This time Conqueror Iraq, they are punishing each and every player, each and every team who is coming in the way. Rio is still trying to spot up the other 2 players. NASR Esports will be in a very close line right now. They have got 6 kill points. Want to make it more, but Hamodi, not even a single footstep right now. Triple Esports, they will be in the question, but no, the DBS, no, it won't make a connection. It won't make a connection as Hamodi goes down. Nigma Galaxy gets eliminated with 4 total kill points they have acquired. Oh, that's a really nasty, it's a really disappointing elimination if you talk about, because I really thought that Nigma Galaxy could have got that fight. Triple Esports, they outplayed them very nicely. But K21, what are their next move? 90th minute. When you talk about 1 kill point have been registered. 7 teams, 22 players are still in the question. While Triple Esports, Vista Gaming, they're around the corners. They need to get those kill points. 98th minute, they do have the privilege. But the position of Jabal has been compromised. Conqueror Iraq, they do have the height advantage. They can just get multiple knockouts. Kalaga will get another opening, and now 1 by 1 NASR Esports are also falling apart. But Conqueror Iraq, they don't want to get any kind of casualties. Jabal's need will get Trovka down as that position. Vista Gaming getting another casualty on the go. Sunrise as well as Teardrop will be the 2 players surviving from the side of Vista Gaming. 90th minute, they've been split up. DOD test will be getting as Conqueror Iraq, they're marching inside the circle by getting multiple knockouts, and they're creating it very precisely. Might have a circle advantage. Kaliga will be coming on the front. 90th minute, they have decided to rush in and eliminate Vista Gaming. This is a main moment that they can look at after for. But Surprise is very surviving, but this Nade has to make a good connection, but Nade won't make any good connection as of now. It was not the right timing, but Sunrise will be punished from the other end as Vista Gaming takes an exit with a total of 7 kill points in their favor. NASR Esports, Ali will be there. 2 of the players are just remaining, and this is the last final circle that we can expect. Kurt21 with 3 of the players, 1 kill point in their favor. They're trying to make a good impact. They want to enter the circle, but one thing they are looking forward is just to get the things right on track. The Sada will be getting spotted. Team Rad. It was a miss spray, I would say. Spray didn't made a good connection. Kalaga will be getting Bardashani down. K21 will be in a back foot as he will be getting knocked and finish as well. Sadatan will be getting knocked, and this time Hama 7 will be just capitalizing that kill point in their favor as K21 last hope from them. It's going to be them. Conquer Iraq, Kalaga will be needing a revival very soon. That's for sure. 8 kill points have been registered, and Conquer Iraq, they're looking still very fresh and good. Team Rad, when we talk about Team Rad, is still in that particular position. They have been eliminated. They're here with top 5 teams. We are still trying to make some impact. Hama 7 will get Miracle down there. Hama will be rammed over by Ali. But NASR Esports, they're in the question. The shots will be taken. The shots didn't made quite connection that they desired of. But definitely, if you talk about Conquer Iraq, they do have a great advantage. With 90th minute, Jabal will be taken down by Test and Triple Esports. They are still in the question as Yuzi will be picked off by Rio. Conquer Iraq being in that cruise control seat right now. They need some multiple openings. The shack is the only cover. But Rio will be able to make that connection possible because multiple damages and no, it's not. Rio will be picked off. This time Rio gets punished off as well. But Groza, he needs to just come back. Rio will be getting a safe revival, that's for sure. But right now, Conquer Iraq, are they willing to take a fallback or not? It has to be a very precise decision. But Kalaga needs a complete cover from there, and Miracle and Ali, they're creating the pressure. But the need of Miracle will get Kalaga down at that position. As Conquer Iraq, they will be in the back foot. They need to focus on NASR Esports rather than going on to any other sides. But Miracle goes down, Ali being the solo survivor. The pressure is on. The pressure is building. The smokes are out as well. But Ali is trying to just make a fallback. But Miracle is still holding on to ground. 11 kill points have been secured by Conquer Iraq. 3 of the players are still remaining. The circle is in their favor. They need to enter the circle, other teams, rather than Triple Esports. Talk about 90th minute. They have to make some good moves in order to enter the circle, because otherwise Triple Esports are not going to allow them to enter the circle at any cost. Now Ali also gets spotted up. The shots will make some precise connection. Conquer Iraq, they are almost on the verge of wiping out NASR Ali as well. Ali 21 grows up picking up the nade, won't make a connection enough, but this nade of it's Reva will wipe out NASR Esports out of the game. This is the top 3 teams that are contesting right now. 90th minute with 3 of the players remaining. Conquer Iraq, they just need to have the patience. What they need is to just have the patience, and the all the kill points will be just coming exactly the way they want it to be. The nades, they are trying to make some good connections. Jabal, he's in some dangerous scenarios. He's creating some multiple nades, but that's probably getting Jabal down as well. Not a great sign, not a great sign. Normally gets spotted up as well. The shots are making a connection. And 90th minute will be getting eradicated. 14 kill points for the side of Conquer Iraq as they are marching. They're conquering the game. They're on the way to get a hat-trick winner chicken dinner for their side. When you talk about Conquer Iraq, they're on the go. YaLLa will be the last solo player surviving from the side of Triple Esports. And I am not quite sure whether they are aware of this or not, but the nade will make the connection, and Conquer Iraq will be getting the 3 in a row. The winner chicken dinner of the last match of the day of Ruthless Esports presents Pro Scrims Middle East region goes in the favor of Conquer Iraq. Back-to-back 3 winner chicken dinners. Can you just freaking imagine? This is the day 1. And Conquer Iraq has already made up the mind. They have made it up to this point. They have made it up to this game. Back-to-back 3 winner chicken dinners out of this 4 game. This team is showing the class and dominating any other team who's coming in the contest. Hats off performance to this, lads. But eventually, when you talk about, I'm really looking forward to what comes next, because we will be moving forward to the top moments of this match, and let's head on and let's see, because in the very starting phase, YaLLa Esports versus Twisted Minds was the revenging factor that came on the board. When you talk about, they had got a brilliant start, they've got a brilliant mind, but YaLLa Esports, what a tremendous game, what a tremendous, I would say, comeback from the side of Twisted Minds. YaLLa, they did wipe out. That was a 1-1 score on a head-to-head basis if you talk about. But still, tomorrow will be another day where you might see YaLLa or maybe Twisted Minds taking the revenge. But this team, Conquer Iraq, starting off the match with a good note, with a good fight, clean sheet, good start, and ending up the same with a very good note as well. So, not gonna wake it up, not gonna waste any single time, but definitely the impact is what it's saying in each and every case. So, it's the big thing that we are looking forward to. A total of 12 teams and 44 players when it was remaining, when Vista Gaming they tried to interrupt, and R8, I'm really looking forward. 3 of the players of Vista Gaming were picked off. YaLLa entirely just handled this particular moment. He got 2 knocks which were very crucial. Very crucial in this position. And Trovka, how can this mistake be taken down? You were getting shots from a different direction. You should have been on a lookout in that direction. But meanwhile, Ooredoo Thunders, if you talk about the amount of performance they delivered on a starting of the day, did not came in the very ending. So we can just say performance dip has been shown up by their side. So they have to make some precise changes in the strategies to just come on the top in the next day. But Nigma Galaxy also being dropped down to some of the positions, while the other teams like Major Pride, the only one Esports, as well as we talk about Conquer Iraq, these teams, they have made a tremendous comeback, and the fights that had occurred was fabulous. Vista Gaming, they tried to hold on to the side, but 90th minute was the better squad in that case. Conquer Iraq deceiving each and every teammate, each and every player actually, to be honest, whenever they are seeing the players, they're just eradicating them, getting all the kill points possible. One of the most highest kill points game in the entire day 1 so far right now. Conqueror Iraq, they are conquering this entire RUPS day 1 in their favor. Out of the 4, getting 3 chickens. Out of the 5 games total, if you talk about, 3 chicken goes in the favor of Conquer Iraq. And now they also got 1 rest, so yeah, 4 matches indeed they have played in the entire day, and total of, if I'm not wrong, maybe 14 to around 17 total kill points they have secured from this match. And yes, the stats comes up with a 32 points bomber. They are finishing the day in the hashtag 1 spot in the overall standings with total of 17 elimination and overall 90 points on the board. Almost they could have got 100 points if they've got a 4th match in their favor as well. But yeah, what a brilliant performance they have showcased in this Pro Scrims of the day 1. But now moving on to the next, MVP will be Groza with 6 eliminations with a 3.75 average elimination with the hashtag 1 MVP rank. Then it comes down to the MVP. Then we move on to the match fraggers, which will be the top 5 match fraggers of this last match number 5 of Ruthless Esports presents Pro Scrims Middle East region. This has been a very deceiving evening. If you talk about this evening, is coming to a night right now, and now this, before we say a good night, this is the stats that I really believe this night will give a really soothing sleep to these players of Conquer Iraq, because the domination they have shown, it's tremendous. But coming back to the match fraggers, Groza with 6 finishes, Reva with 4, Rio with 4, Ali with 3, and Miracle with 3. So we get to see 3 of the players of Conquer Iraq topping up the chart, while 2 will be there from the side of NASR Esports. What a brilliant performance they have also shown in this particular game. But now let's move on to the next. It's going to be the match-wise ranking that we will be looking forward to, in which there is no doubt Conquer Iraq, they have showcased the brilliant class they have in their favor. But as of now, the match standings that has arrived exactly on our screen. They've got 32 points in the game. Triple Esports will have 15 out of this game. 90th minute will have 15 as well. NASR Esports will have 15 for them as well. So 3 of the teams have secured 15 total points out of this particular game. While Vista Gaming will have 9 points on the board. Kurt21 will have 8 on the board. 5 all for Team Radha Nigma Galaxy. 4 all for R8 as Twisted Minds as well. 1 all for 4 Rush, Elite, Ooredoo Esports, POWR Esports, YaLLa Esports, but no points for 4K Esports due to the early elimination. So with that, the match-wise ranking comes to a very end. But before that, we will be moving forward to the total graph chart as well as the overall MVP, like overall top fraggers after the end of match 5. But yep, D1 match number 5, all the 5 matches have been done, but it's the post match of 5 that we're getting the graph on the screen. That's going to be Conquer Iraq, same 17 total kill points, 15 total placement points they have secured. Any of the team, it's going to be Vista Gaming who have secured a total of 7 kill points, but only 2 total position points for their side. Even Twisted Minds that will have 4 kill points, but no placement points from their side as well. So with that point graphs also comes to a very end. Now we will move forward to the overall top fraggers after the end of match number 5, after the post match 5. Who are those top 5 main contenders who will be leading up the chart with those beautiful kill points they have acquired? Because even in the overall standings, we are quite yet to see what are the charts and what are the things that we are looking forward to see. But definitely when you talk about things are changing, the tides are changing, the tides might change in tomorrow's game as well, because tomorrow also we have got 5 more matches to come up with. So we have to just be really mentally and physically prepared for all the teams. It's certainly I'm telling about, because if they are prepared, this thing is going to work out really well. But if they are not, and if they're not doing the homework, or maybe they're not preparing for the next day, it will be really tough for them to make a very big comeback. But yes, that's a player head-to-head. When you talk about, it's Groza and Rio, 13-15 elimination with a solo wave that contributed to the team. And in the MVP rank, both of the players from the side of Conqueror Iraq will be exactly coming on the point, with 34.09% contribution from the side of Groza, and Rio will have 29.55. Though the average eliminations will be greater for Groza with 3.75 and 3.2. Not a big difference, but definitely 2 more finishes, 2 more kill points can just make some good impact. But Conqueror Iraq, they have actually set a benchmark, and that benchmark, I'm really afraid anybody can break it or not in tomorrow's day or not. We have to see it around. But now we'll be definitely love to move on to the next stats, and we'll see what we are left with. But as we talk about MVP rankings, that's for sure the top 10 players on the question. Groza on the first 15, 13 for Rio, 10 for NASR. Early we can get to say Dino will be there with 9, Kalaga will be there with 8, and Reva will be there with 8 as well, Hixie will be there with 8 as well, Ziad will be there with 8 as well, and 7 for Nomi and Miracle. So the top 10 MVP rankings as after the end of 5 first matches of this entire Pro Scrims, you get to see. Now it's a time that we can get to see multiple, like if you talk about the averages of the players, Groza has got a brilliant average of 3.75, maybe the highest, yes of course, but the others are also coming and keeping up the race, so you have to be the one. Groza, the lead, they have maintained almost around, we talk about 5 or 6 kills difference. So tomorrow's day, Groza and Conquer Iraq, they also have to maintain this kind of form in order to just hold up the positions if they are looking forward to grab some good points or retain their #1 spot and retain their crown, what they are seeking for till the very end of this Pro Scrims. Now we'll moving forward to the next stats. We'll might just get to see the overall standings, because I'm really excited to see what is the overall standings looking forward to. But before that, the head-to-head of Pro Scrims comes up as Conquer Iraq, Major Pride, 4 matches played, 3 winner chicken inners, none for Major Pride as well. 44 kill points for Conquer Iraq, while 20-point difference between both the teams. Not a big difference in placement points as well. 38 for Major Pride, 46 for Conquer Iraq, but the total point that they have secured is 90 for Conquer Iraq and 62 for Major Pride, and that will sum up to the big difference that they are creating, one slowly and gradually for sure. Almost around 28 points difference we can get to see, so it can be overcome, but we have to look into that particular matter. But overall ranking, when we come down, Conquer Iraq will be there with 90 total points, 62 for Major Pride, 47 for NASR, the only one. Esports will have 42, 41 for Nigma Galaxy, 38 for Triple Esports, 98 will get 31, 28 for Ooredoo Esports, 24 for Geekay Esports, 23 for Kurd, 12 as well. But coming down to the second chart, we'll definitely love to move on and see which other teams being in the #11 to #20. But for now, In the first shot, Conquer Iraq, definitely they have showcased a brilliant class. They have showcased 3 chicken dinners in the day. That's a big one. Though Nigma Galaxy and the only one esports managed to get 1 chicken dinner for themselves, but they are still out of the top 3. While Major Pride and NASR Esports, they actually showcased us that the consistency is the key to success. If you can consistently get points in each and every match, you can actually get to climb up the ladder, and you can actually get to win and remain on the top till the very end. But yep, we have to wait and we have to see what comes next in the next 3 days that we are remaining in this entire pro scrims. So we'll just have to wait. But eventually, one by one, the steps are being created. One by one, the things will be done. So this is the way. The first 10 teams that we are seeing. We will moving forward to the second set of 10 teams. We will definitely like to move on, and let's see what are the standings in the bottom, in the second chart of the overall ranking. Well, still we talk about Nigma Galaxy. We are hoping for a good comeback. Only one esports also made some good movement. Some of the way, Ooredoo Esports, if we talk about, they have also got a good start. They've also got a game in the very early phases. So I really expected them to bounce back on a very good note, but they couldn't make it the way I wanted it to be. Never mind, we're still left with many more matches. But coming on to the second chart, R8 Esports with total of 23 points, POWR Esports with total of 21, 19 for YaLLa Esports, 19 for Team Rad as well. Team Kurt21 Esports will have 16, same for Vista Gaming. 4K Esports will have 15, 14 for Twisted Minds, 12 for 4ish Elite, and 5 for Falcons. They haven't attended all the matches, Falcons. That's why they are in this bottom place. But yep, that's that's the summary of the entire day. When you come up, Nigma Galaxy taking the first match with the 11 eliminations of winner chicken dinner. Second match, the only one esports will have 14 eliminations, and next back-to-back 3 matches, Conquer Iraq, 3 chicken dinners with 13, 13 and 17 kill points respectively in Erangel, Miramar and another Erangel. 2 Erangels in their name, but a brilliant end to this beautiful day, the day number 1 of this Middle East Pro Scrims presented by Ruthless Esports. But yep, that will sum up the end of the day 1, ladies and gentlemen. Not the end of the entire Middle East Pro Scrims. This is just the day 1. So we will be just left with another 3 more days. We have to look upon that what can we expect from the next phases or next days, that next number of matches that are left. Because total of, if I'm not wrong, 15 more matches to go, and anybody can be the winner, anybody can be the champion. So we have to look into that matter, but eventually that will mark the very end of the day 1. Till then, this is your cast Necros signing off from Ruthless Esports Pro Scrims Middle East. We'll be back tomorrow on the same time on the same channel. Take care, bye bye, and peace out.